Chat, hello and welcome. We are here today. Give me 1 second. Forgot to do something. All right, chat. We're actually here. How you doing? How's life? How is it? The worst episode, we can all answer this? Yeah, super easy. Super easy. Doing an 8 out of 10. Okay. Pretty good. Pretty good, that's good. Alright, I gotta find the... Okay, that's got the titles. That's kind of nice. Gotta find a good list of this, to be to be honest. I had found one before, but I forgot about it. How are y'all doing? I think we're doing all right. I think we're doing all right. Do, 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 do. shit, I forgot it's Tuesday, post-workout stream. Let's go. Oh gosh. Look at this shrimp over here, dude. Thanks for the sub back. All right. Let's hey Perry. Let's find this shit. How y'all doing? How's your Mondays? Chat, I'm very excited for this idea on How I Met Your Mother, which means I need to stop talking about it. Should be fun. I have a fun idea for it that's going to be different than normal stuff I do. Might not work out, might be bad, but I think any idea that kind of gets me excited to make a video essay is worth pursuing and fun to do. How long will this tier take? I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, it's 61 episodes. Probably going to talk about each episode for 2 minutes. So that would say 2 hours, right? I mean, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Some of them might be quicker. Can we do 1v1? It depends. This is going to be a tier list. Ranking's a little harder, but it will be ranked. I'm going to put them in order. So it's the same thing. Ramen, thank you. Thursday. Remember I said Thursday. Thursday. Challenge Thursdays. Challenge Thursdays? 13 months, wow. Alright, can I recognize all these episodes? No, I need titles. I need there to be titles. I keep finding ones that don't have titles, and it's like, sure, I know them, but it's just going to be harder. It's just going to be harder. Anyway, what's life like for all you? This is a cool little thing. It's a little too chill. We gotta, I mean, this is pretty chill too, but it's a little too chill. Oh my God, I'm so annoyed. Found a good one. Cool. What country are you living in, my guy? What country do you think I'm living in? What would be your guess? What's your guess? Just out of class? Or are you talking to someone in chat? Tales of Bossing say so. Yeah, we will talk about all that good stuff. Anyway, chat, before we start, I do actually want to do a different thing that is not related other than the US. That is not related to Avatar, but I saw it on Twitter, and normally I just post these things on Twitter, but then I'm like, is this stream content? Is this stream content that I'm just leaving on the goddamn table? And I think it is. So, chat, I want to do this trend that I've seen going around. It's a TikTok. No, I want to do this trend I've seen going around. Fly Penguin, thanks for the thanks for the sub. Zuko alone or I riot. Fair. Twitter is the table, it's a waste. True, I agree. Somebody the other day said they follow me, they don't watch my videos, but they follow me on Twitter because they like my takes. I'm like, idiot. What are you doing? What a terrible idea. Anyway, I want to do my Zelda path, which is, I guess, making your path through Zelda. Of the order of which you kind of remember playing games. So that's what we're going to do. And I tried to like mentally map it out. And it's It's complicated. But, you know, we're here for quick content. All right, so here's the thing. The first system I ever got was an NES. I'm pretty sure I played Adventures of Link before the original Legend of Zelda. Regardless, I think it's funnier. So it starts like this, all right? It starts like this, chat. It starts with Zelda 2 and then goes to the Legend of Zelda. All right. And then we zoom past Link to the Past and Link's Awakening. And you hit Ocarina of Time. I have played all of what I would consider that mainline Zelda games. Yeah. I don't count Hyrule Warriors, Cadence of Hyrule, or Link's Crossbow Training. If we're talking about games like made specifically by Nintendo, you know, I called this streaming quality. What do you mean? Is something wrong? Anyway, so we got this. Steven, you've got the golden toast. Congratulations. Congratulations, Toast Boy. Okay, after Ocarina of Time, we do skip a bit, and we go to... I think I played Ages. All right. Played Ages. And then we loop back to Majora's Mask. Okay? And then we go over here and hit Wind Waker, Four Swords Adventures, Zelda Master Quest. Okay? Do you see the problem with this shit? And then we zoop back up here and slap Link's Awakening. Shit, Link's Awakening might have been earlier than that. Slap Link's Awakening, go to Minish Cap. And then from Minish Cap, we hit Seasons. And then Twilight Princess. And then Phantom Hourglass. And I'm pretty sure... No. Yeah, Phantom Hourglass, right? And then we come around here to Skyward Sword. And then we come back to Link's Crossbow Training, okay? And then where's next? Oh, and then we go all the way over here to Spirit Tracks, followed by Four Swords, and then down to A Link Between Worlds, and then up to A Link to the Past, and then to Triforce Heroes, and then Breath of the Wild. This is my Zelda path, baby. Very easy to follow, very concrete. Have not played Hyrule Warriors. Have not do it without any overlapping lines. Fuck, shut up. No, I'm not gonna fucking do that. That's a waste of my time. This is very easy to read. This is super easy to follow and read. If you can't follow it, that's on you and not me. So this is my Zelda. Fine. All right. About as clear as the official timeline. All right, so we go here. Boom. Was next. Ocarina of Time. Boom. I already forgot what I had done next. I think it was... Fuck. I'm starting to forget the order I played these goddamn games. Yeah, it's done. Even if I do it well, it's not going to be legible. But yeah, that's about it. Oddly enough, Link to the Past was one of the latest ones in my playthrough. I played it after Link Between Worlds. These two, the first because my cousin gave us an NES. Have not played any of the CDI games. Have not played these Tingle DS games. Or Hyrule Warriors, Cadence. Yeah. I think I had Link's Awakening a little later. than what I actually did. I probably was Ocarina of Time to Link's Awakening, now that I think about it. And I can't fully remember which I did first, Oracle of Seasons or Ages. Both solid. Both solid. Cadence is very good. I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. Oh, I did play, yeah. When did I play? I played this when it came out on like DS. It let you play like single on DS. And I'm pretty sure Master Quest, what was the deal with Master Quest? It came out on GameCube, right? Was it like for a pre-order of Wind Waker? What was the deal with it? What about replays? Yeah, I don't even know. Replays are a lot harder. I mean, here's the other thing is like I didn't beat this, you know? I didn't beat this until much later. GameCube port of Ocarina that came with Master Quest. What's poppin'? We're just vibing. Yeah, I mean, I've beaten it. I have beaten it, but I didn't beat it as a kid. No, I've beaten what I consider to be every mainline Zelda game. Why is this taking so long? Shouldn't have made so many fucking lines. Fuck. All right, chat. Here's. I think. What if we did this? Just how do I add another layer? All right. I don't even. Excuse me. What the fuck? Why is it showing that? Why is it showing that? Why is it show? Shake my damn head. There we go. Anyway, that's my list, or that's my order. Beaten most of the mainline Zelda games. Some spots that could be filled in. An SMT? Is that Shin Megami Tensei? You mean like what if I did my path of playing those games? It'd be really easy. There'd be one that I've played some of that's like not even really a entry. Started most Zelda games but haven't finished. That's fair. They're kind of long. There's kind of a lot to them. Majora Pog. Yeah. I kind of like to replay all the Zelda games. It was fun redoing it's fun redoing like Ocarina. Fun redoing Twilight Princess. I didn't realize, by the way, that the 3D world came out. Have you replayed Link's Awakening? I mean, I played the Switch remake, and I thought that was great. I think it's out. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I swear I thought King K was talking about playing it, that he had been playing it. I gotta get that shit. Steve, if we can do online, you want to play it, bro? Anyway, I would love to replay Skyward Sword. I might be wrong, but I swear I saw King K like say he was playing the Switch one. Maybe he got it early, or maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe I just wasn't reading his tweets carefully enough. I was kind of skimming through Twitter. Out Friday? Okay. Fake news. I was kind of scrolling through, and that's what I thought I took in, but I could be wrong. Maybe he just got it earlier. Oh, okay. Got a review copy. King K. Getting review copies. He didn't even like 3D World. He was in here giving me grief about how bad it was. Me, 3D World stan, Nintendo doesn't even call? Not even like a single Nintendo, I would have died for 3D World. But if you can't appreciate me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my 3D World. Anyway, I would love to replay Skyward Sword if they did something like the 3D World thing. I think that'd be a lot of fun. I do have a hot take. A hot take incoming? Are you ready for this, chat? Are you ready for my hot take of the day? Started the Zelda series with Breath of the Wild. Would you be interested in other ones? Can you recommend one to start with? It's so good, dude. It's such a good game. One to start with. I think if you have a 3DS, I mean, how good are the remakes of Ocarina and Majora's Mask on 3DS? Because that might be a good way to play them. But if you have a 3DS, hundo percento get a Link Between Worlds. Great. Anyway, here's my hot take. Breath of the Wild has just as much story as any other Zelda game. That's the take. It's not even that hot. I'm sick and tired of reading critiques on Breath of the Wild that are like, Breath of the Wild has no story. Breath of the Wild has no story. It doesn't have a story. And it's like, what do you have you played Zelda? Have you played Zelda? No Zelda game. Like, Skyward Sword is one that I think has a lot of story. And people hate it. It's people's least favorite Zelda game. That's not how you define Zelda. Ocarina of Time's story is like barely there. Twilight Princess's story is kind of barely there. It's all like weird shit. I don't know. Non-linear means non-existent, I guess. Dig a bit deeper? Maybe. But here's the thing. When people say that shit, and then they'll go on to say Majora's Mask has the best story. Wind Waker, yeah. They'll go on to say Majora's Mask has the best story. As if like... as if like the best parts of Majora's Mask story aren't all optional. You know what I mean? They'll be like, it's such a good story in Majora's Mask, and then they'll name every bomber's quest. They'll be like, oh, the I can't remember their names, but the couple's mask couple, oh, so good and such good with the themes of the game. Like all of its side quests. You know what I mean? And then you get about as much story as you get whenever you go to any of the Divine Beasts. Honestly, there's like as much, like Breath of the Wild presents its story in the same way Majora's Mask does. The main story of Majora's Mask? Yeah. And I'm not saying it's terrible or bad. I just think like people have this weird thing where they act like Zelda is a story-driven game. You know? And maybe it used to be, comparatively. But it's just like, you look at any actually story-driven game. Hello, No Soy. You look at any actually story-driven game, it's like, what are we talking about? Link's Awakening has my favorite themes and story. Yeah, it's some of my favorite themes too, for sure. Love it purely through nostalgia. Looking back, it's good. I think it's good themes-wise. So that's the thing with Zelda. They're good themes-wise. But their stories are pretty bare bones. more about storytelling. In which case, I think Breath of the Wild has great storytelling. But yeah. Zelda is story-driven compared to Mario. True. Yeah. I mean, I think that point, Perry, is like that was the comparison for so long, between those two series, up until you get to stuff like BioShock, right? And not to say that there weren't good story games before then. Obviously, plenty of immersive sims had done pretty detailed things, and Half-Life had been running its shit for a while. But it starts hitting the mainstream really kind of, I guess, with Half-Life 2 and then BioShock, and then you start getting more and more walking sim sort games that are very focused on story, and then you get like hybrids of that, like The Last of Us, right? And from there you start getting more and more story focused games that when you try to compare Zelda to it, it's like, what? Why do you like the story of Zelda? Gotta save the princess, but like, it's different. Zelda 1 is the best one in the series. Just sit down and relax with. Disagree. Big disagree. But if it's the one you relax with, I can't disagree with that. But I think for the average person, for the average player, it is not the best one to just sit down and relax with. If it is for you, I can't disagree that it might be for you. But I can disagree that the vast majority of people it wouldn't be. I think Breath of the Wild is probably the easiest one for the average player to sit down and relax with. Transparent Blob, it's going well. How's it going for you? Made me realize how far away I've strayed from story-based games. Yeah. I think Breath of the Wild is the easiest game to jump into and play for a chill time. Because you can interact with it in so many different ways. There are very threatening situations, but not all of them are. You can also just go and take pictures. Fuck. Fuck. Hello? It's good. It's good. It's good stuff. Way to cryptic, in my opinion. What do you mean? Oh. Thought that was I love that it gets all of you guys. It gets all of you almost more than it gets me. Have you played Kingdom Hearts? Yeah, I played the first one. I've played the first two. I have not played a lot of stuff in the between. Entered the stream at the wrong time. Yeah, I've not played much of the stuff in the between, which made Kingdom Hearts 2 make very little sense. did not make a ton of sense to me. But yeah, I've played it. I was gonna make a video on it like way back in the day, like old Razbuten. Like I miss the old Raz. You know what I mean? So I don't really have a take on it now, but it was kind of going to be about this. And I do have an idea for a video I want to make at some point about like the things we can look at and say, this is kind of bad, but love anyway. I think Life is Strange falls in that category for me, and I think Kingdom Hearts does for a lot of people, being like, yeah, this is dumb and absurd, talking about people getting Norded, like whatever. I still have an emotional connection to it, but yeah, I don't know. I replayed it when I replayed the first game when it came on PS3, like back in 2013. I think some of it's nostalgia. But sometimes I also just think it's like the themes being presented in the way that they're being presented. Because I don't like Life is Strange because of nostalgia. It's the vibe. I like it because of its vibe. Hyrule is the most fully realized in the series. Ganon and his minions feel like tangible threats, which I never really got from most other Zelda games. Gotta play Zelda 2, dude. Gotta play Zelda 2. But yeah, I mean, the threat of Ganon feels a little more present in Breath of the Wild because at any point you could go fight him. You know? Russia's greatest stream machine. Making video games for adults versus kids. Yeah, that's a good one too. I mean, I think that's a whole interesting... we talked about it before. I'm fascinated by that whole thing in general of games made for kids or kids latching on to games. And then the way that people react to that. I've talked about it on stream before. The easiest example to point to is Undertale. Undertale is a game that I think appealed to a very wide audience of both adults and kids. But kids are the ones who really latched on and got obsessed with the fandom, right? And got obsessed with theories on is Ness Sans, you know, like stuff like that, right? And because you were having these conversations online behind anonymous usernames where some people were sitting there being like, yeah, Undertale appealed to me and, you know, touched me in these ways, right? It made me think about these themes and ideas, blah, blah, blah. And then you have like a kid running in who, you know, isn't going to be trying to have that same conversation, dropping just like fatty Undertale memes. And it makes it so you're having two different audiences who are fans of the same thing for different reasons talking to each other about things in completely different ways. And you start to realize like, oh, we look at the Undertale fandom, or did for so long, as if it was one cohesive unit, but it was far from that. It wasn't even close to that. It was so many different subsets, and people got annoyed in general. I know that's not what you're talking about, but that's what I'm talking about. I also think Zelda's made for kids. But 100% fan made. Yeah, it's beyond Sonic in a way. I mean, that's true too, is anytime you like dig into a fandom, you just start to hear takes and talks about stuff that's like, what's oh, I'm so confused, E-dubs. If you're talking to yeah, make sure you tag them so that makes it easier for me to know who you're talking to. But yeah, fandoms get wild. No worries. It's not a big deal. It's just easier communication. But yeah, I mean, Undertale has a weird Pottermore-esque following. Yeah, I mean, like, people have their own probably Undertale like sonas, right? Things like that. The size of Hyrule big enough I can see functioning kingdom instead of Twilight Princess, where Hyrule is maybe the size of the city. What do you mean? Oh, you're saying, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'd agree. I think the Kingdom of Breath of the Wild makes more sense. I do think Twilight Princess has different things that function well, but yeah. Love side-scrolling Mario, but he doesn't think about it as an experience like we would. Must be tough to please both. Yeah, and I think Nintendo does. Nintendo does a pretty good job of bridging that gap. There was a thing from, I think it was from Miyamoto, that a lot of people dunked on, me included, but I read the actual article and was like, okay, it's not that out of touch. You know, but Nintendo's goal is to make family games. And that doesn't mean that they don't have deeper themes at times, right? But it's the Pixar approach, right? Have some shiny things for the kids to like, and then 1 or 2 adult jokes, you know, every 10-15 minutes, and then maybe a core emotional theme that both can view in different ways and cry over. And you know, that's the line Nintendo often seems to walk, and I think they do it relatively well. Family friendly, slaughtering thousands of Goombas. Die, Goomba, die. Undertale soundtrack kind of slaps. Yeah, it's a goat. For sure a goat. Boop, 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 boop. All right, chat. I think instead of delaying any longer, we should jump into the content. Because this could take a long while. It could be quick too, but if it's gonna take forever, you know, wanna be sure to get through it. All right, chat. So today on stream, we're going to rank every episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender. And, you know, the winner gets something good. Why is it? What the fuck? This is not... There we go. Cool. It's going to be... this is me ranking it. This is not a poll. This is not a poll. This is me just ranking my favorite episodes. Next week, I am going to do a all of my favorite games and have you guys do a bracket sort thing. See ya, dubs. But this is just going to be me. This one's just my opinions on it. It might be a little hard to read. It's not perfect, but we're gonna go for it. Let me make... Oh, fuck. All right. So here's the thing. None of these are gonna go in F. Everyone loves that show. It's a great show. It's a great show. I do think, like, should I rank it? Should I be trying to rank it as, like, relatively to the other things? You know, is that how I should do it? Or just its overall greatness? You know what I mean? All right, let's see how this sounds. Excuse me. Tales of Bossing say S, everything else A. Like, in comparison, at least. So, like, if I rank something in F, that means it's an F on the Avatar scale. Got it. So we can just say that if we are doing this list, right? If we are doing this list compared to other TV shows, F is probably going to be like a C, right? Like, because honestly, even The Great Divide, I would say The Great Divide, while the worst, is still probably a C. Like, it's a fine episode. It's just not a great episode. But yeah, we'll do it all by comparison. Here's the playlist we're bopping to. there's some bad epis though. I disagree with you. I don't think there's a bad episode. 4 categories instead of 6? Nah, 6 is good. That way you can have not everything just pile up. I mean, how you said you wanted to rank. I mean, we're saying F for a different show is yeah. Comparison is the best way to go. This is all looking at it in the avatar. If we need to consolidate later, we can. All right, so we're just gonna go in order. What's the most average? I mean, we'll see. We'll see as we go on. All right, The Boy in the Iceberg. Oh, this is a dope remix. Oh yeah. Turn it down a little bit. All right, maybe turn it up a little bit. Okay, Boy in the Iceberg, I think, is a B. It'll probably end up being a pretty low B, but you know, it establishes stuff. It's a solid introduction to the series. It establishes things pretty well. You immediately, you know, get a sense of the gravity of what's going on, and a lot of characters are really well defined from the get-go, and I think that's a pretty good sign of an effective premiere. It's not the best episode. Obviously, they were still finding their footing. No such thing for A or S. Yeah, I agree. It does seem small, doesn't it, when you look at it like this? Yeah, it's a good attention grabber. I will say, what I will say is every time I've tried to get people into Avatar, starting with The Boy in the Iceberg was the wrong choice. It does establish things well, so maybe that makes it deserve a C. It was the wrong choice, though, to start with it. I've had a lot more success showing people like the Blue Spirit or the Storm, or even like something in season 2, and then like, oh, this is a cool show, I want to start from the beginning. Sokka's kind of flat. Well, yeah, I mean, I think I do kind of like it though. If you think about it, like, he's very untrusting early on, so his relaxed comedy side can't come out until he begins to trust. We'll go with C. We'll go with the high C for this one, because yeah, I wouldn't want to start them on this episode. I think you watch. Here's the secret of what you do. You like watch something in season 2, and then have them be like, "Dang, this show's cool," and it's like, "Yeah, let's start at the first season. It's a little slow, but it's important to build everything up." And they're like, "Yeah, I'm sold. I see how good the show can be." Like, show them Blind Bandit or something. Like, I see how good the show can be. So yeah, hell yeah, I'll get invested, you know, the old bait and switch. I think the Avatar Returns is, I mean, I view this as one episode. They're about as good as each other. This one, you get Aang going into Avatar state for the first time. They booby their way right into a trap. You get a nice little emotional moment with Sokka and Katara being like, "Fine, we'll go get him. We'll go help him." And yeah, I think all in all, it's a pretty solid start to the series. The issue is it just doesn't feel like what Avatar turns into, you know? So it's a little more tough, as it's just tonally so different, you know, so different than what you get used to as time goes on. Yeah, I mean, their dynamic, Sokka and Katara's dynamic, is really good from the onset. And yeah, I love that scene that's like, Katara is giving the big speech of like, I know we barely know Aang, but like he's the Avatar and we owe it to him. And or I don't know if she knows he's the Avatar at that point. I think so. And Sokka's just like, Katara, are you gonna help me load the canoes or not? You know, I like that a lot. It's a nice little moment. No, my wife hasn't watched it. All right, next up is the Southern Air Temple. I think this is a solid B. A little emotional core of the show, establish like how serious this fucking show can get. This is always sunny. It's always sunny in Avatar. Yeah. Sorry, I'm still with the boy in the iceberg. I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah. A, maybe low A. We'll see once we get more on here. How that shifts. I think this is a good episode though. It really lays out like everything that's happened as time goes on. You get like a really nice emotional moment where Aang goes into the Avatar state, right, as he learns that Monk Gyatso died, and you get what I think is my favorite through line throughout the show, which is Katara being Aang's anchor. And I think for any of you Zutara motherfuckers out there, this is like the emotional through line of the show is their connection. And I think that's something I love so much about it. And it starts here. The Warriors of Kyoshi is a good episode too. You get the first meeting of Suki. Zuko should have dated the girl from what's her name? Not June. June is the Sand Shrew Lake. Happy B-Day, Raz. It's not my B-Day, but it's my B-Day month. Jin, yeah, that's her name. Jin is really cool. She deserves better than Zuko. Anyway, yeah, the Warriors of Kyoshi is a solid episode. It's a fun little backstory of learning about previous Avatar early on. It's probably one of the first episodes where Sokka really starts to get a little more interesting. Yeah. Like Suki, she's kind of bland. I don't know. I think she's like I think shows need a straight man sometimes, right? And Katara is that a lot of the time, of just like, hey, I'm the normal one. But I think Suki gets to be that later on in the show when Katara becomes a little more moody. I don't know. She's also cool. She has some of the coolest animation in the show. And she does some of the coolest stuff in the show. But yeah, no, I think this is a solid episode. You get a early relationship dynamic between Sokka and Suki that goes throughout the entire show. Sokka as the normal one. What? 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 You're telling me this guy? You're telling me this guy's the normal one? Give me a second. I should have been quicker. You're telling me this guy is the normal one? It'll quench you. It's the quenchiest. Nothing's quenchier. No shot. Sokka's the weirdest fucking one in the group. Anyway, yeah, solid episode. Ride the Unagi. I don't know. Cool to see their stuff come. Also, the birthplace of one of the best running bits in the show that is some of my emotes when you follow. Anyway. Friendly mushroom. I've not read enough of the Avatar comics to know how much they do Katara dirty. All right, King of Amashu, I think, is another solid episode. You get a nice little mystery at the beginning, right, of who is the king. You know, obviously, you know, as an adult watching it, you're like, okay, yeah, it's his friend Boomy, obviously. But kind of a fun little episode with a nice connection throughout. In your opinion, I think also it's just like Boomy's a really enjoyable character who is goofy and funny, and Boomy's like over 100, right? I mean, because Aang was frozen for 100 years, and they were both like 10, so Boomy's like 110. It's wild shit. And yeah, the reveal when he's like, whoever I point to, I fight. And he points at Boomy, and Boomy's like, wrong choice. And just like ripped as fuck. You love it. You love it. You gotta love it. Definitely a good episode. I think I'd probably actually put that above Warriors of Kyoshi. And then you find out it's rock candy. It's also got, it's got some good, all right, we're putting it above the Southern Air Temple. Let us leave. Like, it's so good. It's so good. It's also the first time you really see an earthbender. True. That's a good point. Yeah, I had not thought of that. Other than the intro stuff, you don't really see an earthbender until this episode. And they do the introduction to them in the grandest of fashions. Which is quite cool. That's a very good point, Tipkit. I had actually never thought of that. Those crystals growing. It's rock candy. Delicious too. All right. Next we have Imprisoned. I kind of hate this episode. I don't like this episode. For an Avatar episode. Remember, that's the scale we're talking on. It's Avatar. It's still a good episode. It's better than most episodes of shows. But it's actually one that I've never really liked. I think, you know, it is like the quintessential Katara giving motivational, hopeful speeches. Okay, we'll raise it to C. It's not quite a D, but we'll raise it to C. Yeah, I think what I do like about it is it does show like how dangerous the Fire Nation is. It shows some of the deep abilities of earthbenders, you know, the coal bending. Take them to the newly refurbished chamber that used to be. All right, you've convinced me. King of Amashu's an A. Might be a D compared to other. Yeah, so we might move it. I don't know. It's not terrible. I think like it's just that if I'm rewatching the show. Hold it in, chat. Hold it in. All right. Momo Earthbending. There's some funny moments in it for sure. That lemur's earthbending. No, it's the girl, you idiot. There's definitely some funny moments. I don't really like Haru though. Maybe that's it. I don't really find Haru to be that interesting of a side character. Like his dad is way cooler. His dad's so much cooler than him. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a D, especially because we're ranking on the basis of Avatar. Soured for me after the live action film. All I can hear is "Don't be afraid." True. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. The only thing that happens to Haru is he grows a mustache. Here we have the Spirit World, which is a pretty good episode. This is a pretty good episode, and I think this is when some of the shit. D for Dilf. Yep, sure. Yeah, I'm in for that. This is a good episode. I think it introduces the Spirit World in an interesting way. You get the whole Heibai thing. I'm pretty sure. Is this the episode where uncle gets captured. Is that the episode where Iroh gets captured? Yeah, okay. That's a good episode then. I mean, because you have the cool stuff going on with Aang, like trying to get into the spirit world and all that. And then you have that amazing moment where Iroh's like on the back of an earthbender thing, on one of the bird horses, and he just sees like Roku's dragon go by, and it's like, wait, what? You know, yeah, and just like, wait, what? This dude? Yeah, that's a good reveal and some good shit for sure. Solid B, I'd say. You know, it still doesn't. It's one of the better season 1 episodes. In that you're just learning more about the world in a solid way and learning more about the characters. And, you know, I'd say by episode 7, you're already kind of in some ways coming around to Iroh and Zuko. Like, you still view them as the villains, but even that small little moment of watching Iroh recognize what's going on is quite cool. I'm going to put Avatar Roku right next to it because, oh, this is too sad. Nope, can't do it right now. Can't do this. They can't do this to me. Can't do this to me. Anyway, I'm going to put Avatar Roku right next to it. I do always kind of view these as combined episodes because I think that's how they originally were packaged. Chad, I'm sorry. They were originally packaged as like 2 of the same episodes, right? The solstice episodes. But this is a solid one. They go to the Fire Nation. They get through that blockade. There's a big confrontation between Zhao, Zuko, and the gang. And I don't know. It's just a cute, interesting fight, and you get some good early ingenious Sokka stuff, right? This is kind of when you really start to be like, oh, Sokka's like not just a sexist idiot. He's coming around on not being sexist anymore, which is cool from meeting Suki. And also you're like, oh, he's smart. Because he has the whole plan of like, we just need to make it look like the door's been opened. Yeah, and I like that shit. Next is the water bending scroll, which I think is a pretty easy C. You get the introduction to the pirates, which is kind of fun. You know, it's the sort of like Katara being Katara episode, right? Of just like being really stubborn and getting them in trouble. I don't think it's the most memorable thing. It's not a bad episode by any means, but definitely nothing. The pirates were cool, and it's kind of a fun little recurring enemy to have throughout the show. Jet. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like not the best. It's not the best. It's pretty mid. There is a good line where he's like, how about 1 copper piece? You drive a hard bargain. 2 copper pieces. Jet. I think Jet's a solid episode. You think Jet's annoying? Come on, he has such a tragic past. Did Jet just die? This might be controversial. Jet's a high B. Put this first Jet in the episode in the right area. You like the Divide more than this one? Interesting. I do not. I think this is a solid episode. You know, you get a introduction to Jet, who I do think is interesting. Yeah, I'm putting it higher than the Spirit World. And I think the stuff introduced with Jet here really does come back around later on in the series to be pretty good in this whole section of episodes. I think this is an important establishing episode. It also is an important establishing episode of like humanizing the Fire Nation. because of his brainwashing. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think those episodes wouldn't be as good if this wasn't there and you didn't know exactly who he was. And I think the gang with him is cool. I love just the shots of them living in the trees, but I also think this is like probably the first time in the series, except for maybe Avatar Roku, you know, which kind of has like this guy who's like not bad or not evil, but like this, you're just like, oh, a lot of people in the Fire Nation are just people. Like, they are, some of them are brainwashed, but most of them are just like, this is just where we live, you know, this is just how it goes, and I don't have control over it, and I can't do anything over it. I just live here, and I'm an old man, and the squabbles of the war I have no control over, you know. And it's an interesting thing of like that some people, especially people in like the far out villages of the Fire Nation, who are given just as much, are losing just as much to the Fire Nation war cause, who are also then being targeted by, you know, guerrilla warfare groups, because that's really what they are victims of the Fire Nation as well, right? That people of the Fire Nation are victims to those who say they're gonna protect them, and I think that's really interesting. Great Divide, fuck you, Great Divide. I actually don't hate the Great Divide. I don't hate the Great Divide. but it is a weak episode. I'll say I love the animation at the end of the Great Divide. I think like that whole shtick and the different animations of the end of the episode, yeah, the different animations of the tales of the brothers is really interesting. It felt like filler. Yeah, it was fun enough, but it felt like filler. And I think what's hard is you have a pretty okay run here, right, of like Spirit World, Avatar Roku, Waterbending Scrolls a little off of it, but Jet, of these kind of like story heavy things that really seem to be moving the themes of the show forward. And then you hit the Great Divide, which is, I guess, about people coming together who are different, right? If the two tribes in the Great Divide can come together, why can't we come together with the Fire Nation? But that's not really what it's trying to do. It seemed like just an episode that like they wanted to be there, and those characters don't really come back. I don't know, maybe they're in the invasion, can't remember. But yeah, it's just a whatever episode that doesn't really accomplish a whole lot. And also, yeah, the whole Aang, a lot of people take issue to this, and maybe I take less issue, but the whole like Aang ending the conflict by just lying to them. I know I've heard the defense like, oh, he's a trickster. Aang's always been a trickster. And that's true. But like, there's a difference between being a trickster and a liar, right? And for him to solve a conflict like that and not like think about the issues with it, when like you have an episode later on that's all about him feeling guilt for lying, right? So then it's like him lying here and everyone's like, oh, Aang, you know what I mean? You could argue, yeah, it shows he's immature, maybe. All right, The Storm, easy yes. Storm is, I think, the first great episode of the series. You know, I think Zuko and Iroh are becoming relatively likable by this point, but then you hit the storm and you're like, God damn. There's so much more to Zuko than I ever would have imagined. You know, learning just the origin of his scar. And I think also learning like, right, because it's easy with a kid's cartoon and any sort of like thing that's aligned as good versus evil, like to assume everything about Zuko at that point was bad and everything about Aang at that point was good. But in this video, you realize like Zuko, in the path that took him to where he is, he got there by being honorable, right? He thought he lost his honor, but he got there by trying to protect the lives of Fire Nation citizens, which we learned a couple episodes ago with Jet, that like the Fire Nation doesn't care about its citizens. It doesn't care about its citizens. So you have like, you realize like he got here in his pursuit of Aang by acting honorably, by doing the right thing, but in the wrong place. And then Aang does the wrong thing, right? Aang, like, don't get me wrong, he's a kid, and having the responsibility of the world thrust upon him is unfair. And I don't blame him for what he did, but he did do the thing that, I don't want to say him disappearing led to the murder of his people. Because it could be very well that had he been alive, had he been around, he would have died with them, because he would have, you know, who knows? Who knows? You'll never know. And that's the point, I guess. Right? You don't know what would have happened, and he'll never know what happened. But he acted in a way and did something that led to a huge tragedy, right? And it's not his fault, because he you know, the Fire Nation decided to do it, right? Like, it's not his fault because he couldn't stop the Fire Nation from committing genocide, right? But that's something that does weigh on him. So this is such a great episode of like the two characters. You know, Aang did something that you could argue is dishonorable, and was rewarded with living, right? Because, you know, I view it as, I think Aang would have died, but who knows. And Zuko did something honorable and was punished, and like they kind of meet in the middle of that point. And you're still, obviously Aang's the protagonist, but you're like, oh, Zuko, huh? Yeah, it's way more Roku's fault than Aang's. It is way more. It's like, it's actually Roku's fault. I mean, again, you have to put the blame on the people committing the atrocities, right? You can't just be like, well, Fire Lord Sozin, he's not at fault because he's the bad guy, right? Like, he is actually at fault, but Roku definitely did things to enable it when he could have done things to help it. Bad guy did the right thing and the good guy did the wrong thing to lead them where they were. Yeah. And I think that episode does that great. And following up is another, probably, maybe there's one other S tier in season 1. I think the Blue Spirit is a great episode and an amazing follow-up to the Storm. The Yuan Archers, dope as fuck. Just so cool. Aang would have died and the Water Tribe would have been targeted. Yeah, I mean, that's probably true too. The Yuan Archers, very cool. Very cool. And I think, you know, the reveal that Zuko's the Blue Spirit, especially right after this episode where we feel more empathy for him than ever before. Like, not just is the animation throughout the episode and the choreography of these fights incredible, and like the teamwork that Aang and Zuko have, not knowing each other at all, but it's just so cool, like how quickly they're able to pair their skills together. And then he gets taken out, and then Aang knows it's Zuko and brings him with him, and then gives a speech of being like, I miss my old friends. One of my best friends, Kuzan, is that his name? Kuzan? Best action season, yeah, of season 1 for sure. Another S tier Zuko episode, seeing a pattern. Yeah, even more of a reason to feel betrayed by it. But yeah, he's like, my best friend Kuzan, I miss him. He was Fire Nation, you know. Do you think that if we had met back then, we could have been friends? And you get that beat. I'm tearing up. You get that beat, and then Zuko shoots the fire, and there's kind of that slow motion shot of Aang just like in the air, because he was prepared for it, because he knew what Zuko would do, but I hoped he wouldn't. Oh, and then Zuko goes back to the ship and is like, I'm good. Bye. Oh, it's such a good episode, and to come right after the storm, it's just a solid ass run. And then we hit the fortune teller, which I think is about as C of an episode as you can get. Actually, no, we'll give it a low B. We'll give it a low B, and I'll tell you why. You know, goofy stuff. You get another Katara being irrational episode, which, you know, are a bunch of the early ones until they figured out like that Katara is really cool and they could do cool stuff with Katara. Yeah, you know, you get. I love the logic of like the guy who's like, well, Aunt Wu said that nothing would happen to me on my journey, so I wasn't afraid. And just like Sokka fucking losing his mind about it all the time. The reason I give it a B instead of a C, there's a moment at the end that is one of my favorite moments in all of Avatar. And it's like Aunt Wu had given predictions of who Katara would marry and was like, oh, a powerful bender. You'll marry a powerful bender. And then like the volcanoes erupting, the kids are doing the earth bending to create the pit, and Aang then just goes out and like uses airbending to solidify all the lava. Just a crazy display of his powers. And Sokka's like, wow, sometimes I forget that Aang's a powerful bender. And then it has this amazing like realization shot as the camera kind of turns on Katara and the music like plays these like, I can't even describe the notes exactly, but it's just kind of like these epic notes as Katara's like, I suppose he is. And I just love that scene. It gives me goosebumps every time, and just being like, damn. You know, her realization and respect for him. That was kind of on the nose though. No. Sometimes it's a kid's show, oh lazy. Come on. And then it's funny because like Sokka says it in a funny way. Does help show Sokka's character as a tactician a bit better. That's big true too. All right, Bado of the Water Tribe. I think it's a C. Nah, I think they have a romantic connection, but F for me. You think it's an F? Well, I'm gonna give it actually a high D because I'm realizing we haven't even gotten to season 2. It's gonna be pretty front loaded, so we gotta move some stuff down. So we're gonna actually move Fortune Teller down to C. Bronco, thank you for the tier 1 sub. See, I don't think it felt out of character for Aang to lie. Honestly, I liked that he lied here. Where I don't like that he lied in the first one. I like that he lied here and got in trouble for it and like learned from it. Like there was a lesson to be learned. And you also understand, in my opinion, I understood why he lied. I didn't think it was out of character. It's like he doesn't have a family and he's worried about where they might go. What I don't like about this episode is honestly how Sokka and Katara react. Fallout of lack of communication, just convenient misunderstanding to a degree, but also like, I mean, yeah, they don't like let Aang I mean, I guess that's it, is like, I don't like that Sokka and Katara leave and don't let Aang really explain himself. I think that if they had all the characters kind of sit in the drama a little bit, not have like Sokka attack Aang and the two of them just walk away without talking about it. You know, maybe they all continue traveling together, but like shun him a bit. And then have a moment where it all brings things back together and you know. Thinking they'd leave right as Sokka and Katara happen to say that they're committed to Aang's mission. Yeah. But he doesn't know that. I think I would have preferred if Aang ran away. I think I would have liked that. if Aang was like so embarrassed that he lied and so embarrassed that he upset them, that instead of like them leaving him, he left them, right? And was like, of course you wouldn't want to travel with me. I lied to you. I keep doing this thing where people need me and people rely on me, and I fail them. And then they like follow him and are like, yeah, you did something wrong. You made a mistake and you did something bad. But you're still our family. You know, you're our pack. Yeah, because what you have instead is like he does something dumb and immature, and then Sokka and Katara don't even give him any benefit of the doubt, right? Not even the slightest bit. It's just like getting mad at him, attacking him, being like, "You hate this, you hid this from me." Yeah, I think he should have ran away when the truth came out. That would have felt a little more on character. And it would have felt a little less like, you know, we've been with these characters at that point for 15 episodes and they would just leave? They would just leave like that? That felt weird. But yeah. Cool. They're just too mature to get... I think so too. Yeah. Deserter's a solid episode. I think Deserter's an A. Oh, this also has June though, who's quite good. So that's why I'm not going to give it an F. He holds the... Yeah. I think that doing it that way where he like runs away because he feels guilty would pair well with the storm and like the conflicts of that idea in the storm. June is good, so we'll give it a little better than an F. I think the Deserters is a solid episode. You get like some fun look into Fire Nation culture, right? You get Fire Flakes, hot, duh, that shit good. I think Zhang Zhang is also June is the tracker. True, Iroh is a little creepy in this episode, which I think they were like, let's do it for the joke, let's do it for the yokes, and less of like this is a good representation of Iroh. But yeah, June is the tracker with the sheer shrew, goth girl. Yeah, out of character for a joke. Anyway, I like this episode where Aang like hurts Katara by firebending on accident and not having control over his senses. He vows never to firebend again, which ends up being kind of a cool through line of him being like, well, I'll just do it without firebending. I don't need it. Okay. And being like afraid of that part of himself, even though like he needs to address that and to be better as time goes on. You also get Katara healing herself for the first time. You know, she has some growth as she is kind of forced to dig deep to see her inner abilities. And yeah, I think that's solid. I think that's good. It's also like when he just has all that fire come up is dope as fuck. And like, this dude's powerful. This dude's powerful as fuck. Also, I loved Aang's fight against Zhao here, where like Aang doesn't throw a single punch, right? He's just dodging the whole time. And and Zhao just burns the entire fleet. And like, I love that. I love that line when Aang is like, Zhao, you've lost this fight. And he's like, you haven't thrown a single hit, but you have. I love that shit. It's good. Good as fuck. All right. Northern Air Temple. Chat, do you like this episode a lot? I feel like a lot of people do. It's pretty mid for me. It's not bad. It's, you know, it's some interesting Sokka stuff. But it's kind of like you don't get much from Aang or Katara. Like, at least that I found interesting. I can't even remember what their whole thing is. It's like just discovering different parts of the temple and learning stuff about it, I guess. The stuff about erasing yeah, I think that was interesting. The whole idea of like a hermit shell, like learning how to appreciate a place for what it was, while respecting it, but also being able to live within inside its confines. And I think Aang's realization that if they weren't living there, it would just be a museum. It would be nothing, you know? Yeah. I don't know. It's an okay episode. Starting Aang's casualty list. Yeah, some interesting fights. I don't know. I thought it was okay. The whole flying thing was kind of cool. I like the mechanist. Is that his name? I can't even remember this kid's name, but his dad. I like them, and I like when they come back later on. Like, I like them as friends to Sokka and other creators. This is an episode where they foreshadow the blimps. Yeah. Yep. Theo. Yeah. Is that his name? It's not Theo. It's Teo. No H. Anyway, Waterbending Master. This is a good episode. I don't think it's S though. I think I'd give it high A. Good episode. Really good episode of a cool Katara moment. You know, you have a bunch of these kind of annoying Katara moments, and here she's like, I'm good at this. I deserve to be taught. I deserve to learn more, and I'm going to stand up to you. And the whole fight between her and Master Paku is one of the best season 1 fights for sure. Katara literally fighting the patriarchy. You get the introduction of Yue and kind of get Sokka and Yue's thing. And also just seeing the entire Northern Water Tribe. The Northern Water Tribe is so dope. And you start the season in the Southern Tribe, which is just like a hut. It's just a hut. Throw punches instead of waterbend. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so now's the question. Are these S tier or high A? I think that I'd say high A. Both are great. These are great episodes, but are they on the same level as these two? I don't think so. A great finale and a great lead into the next season. I think the last one's S. Ugh. I don't know. It's close. It's close for sure. Oh, that moment, the stuff with Iroh, where he really is just like, there are things way more important than the Fire Nation winning the war. And to him, like, what's important is helping Zuko, right? I love how the show cared enough to have entirely different cultures based on their bending. Yeah. So my favorite episodes are any that show different. Yeah, I think, and these episodes do a great job of that. You also get Aang going into the spirit world and meeting Ko. Oh, these are good episodes. Yeah, they save Zuko. We can't just leave him here. Yeah, I'd say the second one's an S. I'd agree with that. I'll give that. It's hard to separate them like that, but the second one just has so much. Well, I'm pretty sure the first one, I don't know. Short but good. Yeah, I mean, it was in one episode. Ko is in like one episode in the entire series, and I think is one of the most memorable characters in the whole show. It was in it for like 3 minutes. That's pretty amazing. It is pretty amazing to pull that off. What part is that in though? Is that in part 1 or part 2? Well, because part 1, it's in both, right? Ko the Face Stealer. I keep forgetting about Ko. It's awesome. Yeah. I wish that we saw Ko again. I wish we saw Ko and Korra. But yeah, I mean, that's the end of season 1. I think these 2 episodes are pretty good. I'd say, yeah, it finishes as an S as you kind of get them moving forward. You see Aang go into the Avatar state. You see Yue sacrifice, turn into the moon. Ko was in Korra? I don't think so. It's hard to separate the two, but I do think the second half of it's a little bit better. The owl, Washi Tong, he who knows 10,000 things, isn't it? For sure. All right, the Avatar state. I think this is a pretty good episode. I think, it's a nice transition. The average quality is way higher right at this point. You're like, oh, the animation looks better. Everything just feels like it flows and is smoother and is better at this point. And honestly, you're probably going to stop. I might need to add an SS category. Because I feel weird putting some of these in D because I don't think they deserve D. But I might need more space up top. Whatever. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, it's cool that you see a bad guy be someone other than Fire Edition. Yeah, that he's so obsessed with winning the war that he'll do anything to get it. He'll hurt the people. A great moment where he like drops Katara into the ground and Aang's like pleading, and then he just fucking destroys everyone. Destroys everyone. And then they leave. Yeah, I like that stuff a lot. I think it's a solid episode, solid introduction to this part of the series. And I think it's continuing a theme that's important, as all of you are saying, like showing how dickish the Earth Nation can be, that they're not good guys either, which obviously is a big theme of book 2, is that the Earth Kingdom is flawed. A lot of them are being controlled by the Fire Nation, which is bad, but even the stronghold of the Earth Kingdom is not an ideal society. It's not just about getting rid of the Fire Nation. It's about, getting rid of tyrants. It's about getting rid of people who don't have the best interests of their people at heart. It's not as simple of good versus evil. And that's what I think is great about Avatar, is it's so much more complex. Also, yeah, introduction of Azula. I think it would have been better if Aang continued to lose control even after Katara is safe, just to show not to fuck with the Avatar state. Yeah, he brings her back out. The guy brings her back out and it's like, it was a trick, Avatar. It was a trick. And Aang still fucks everything up. Like, he doesn't lose control. Or doesn't regain control. Left a bad taste in my mouth, like a good episode, but not excellent. Yeah, it's fine. I think the first episode Azula shows up in is the storm. They show her standing next to Iroh as Zuko gets burnt, and she's like, yes. It's like, Azula, what the fuck? What the fuck, you motherfucker? And then at the very end of this episode, the Fire Lord is like, my daughter, you must do what your brother can't, or whatever. And yeah, she comes in, you see her bend some lightning and get one hair out of line. Not good enough. And then trick Zuko and Iroh, and they cut their hair. Good stuff. The Cave of Two Lovers. All right, chat. Are you ready? Some people call the Cave of Two Lovers a filler episode. Some people put the Cave of Two Lovers in a similar camp to the Great Divide. Some people do this. Some people act like it's a bad episode because it's a little lighthearted, because it's build up. But here's what's good about it. A, music. This gang of bards here, great, amazing. Hey, Gonzo. Great group of musicians. Funny, good shit. you know, pushing some Katara Aang romance, right? You also get the really cool fucking story of Omashu. You know, and I think what's great is where, like, okay, where the first season was their trip to the Northern Water Tribe, right? It was their whole trip to the Northern Water Tribe, which was slow, and didn't always feel like there was a direction all the time. In like 2 episodes, they build up like going to Omashu a ton in a really interesting way. And I think the Cave of Two Lovers does a great job of pushing that forward, of like telling the story of Omashu, talking about how important the city is, and then you have the reveal at the end that it's like been taken over. I would put this above the King of Omashu. This is an A. All right, does it deserve an A? Is it probably actually a B? Yes. Do I think it's an A because you get that Appa characterization? Yes. I really just like the songs in this. I don't know. They're fun. It's just it's one of my favorite episodes to go back and watch. I think that guy might be the Avatar. Yeah, it's good. We'll give it a high ranking. We'll give it a mid-A. Big Badger Moles. Yeah, you get the introduction to Badger Moles in this, which is solid. I think here we get another great episode. Return to Omashu. All right, chat, I gotta do it. I gotta add row above. I need more. I'm sorry. I need more. I need more space. I can't here. Here we go. Cool. I'm sorry. I can't knock some of these down, but it's just it can't be like this. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, chat. I had to do it. I think this feels better. Yeah, I think this is a great episode. You get Boomy coming back, all locked in a metal cage, but you realize he can still earthbend with his face, which is just like, damn, this motherfucker. He's so powerful. You get the introduction to Ty Lee. You see her at the circus with Azula. You get the introduction to May. And you get a nice little, I think you get that nice little Aang as a good guy who wants the best for people and not just people who aren't in the Fire Nation, with them like returning the kid at the end when they didn't need to. Yeah, you get a great introduction to the Deadly Trio. I think it's a great episode. I love when Azula starts chasing Aang after realizing who he is, and she's like surfing on the carts down the city. Like, they do such a great job of introducing those slides back in the King of Omashu, and they do some stuff in it, right? They have them go down the slide in this episode, but then they're like, let's take it a step further and have a massive fight on those same slides. Casual Cage, thank you for the sub. So it's like taking the ideas from the first part, I mean, like, let's bump it up a notch. Yeah, and you get to see how powerful Azula is. Yeah, for sure. I think this is a really, really good episode. And, you know, Boomy teaching Aang about the different Jinns. There's neutral Jinn where you do nothing. And yeah, sometimes bide your time. I like that a lot. The Swamp's a decent episode. You know, all of them have some like internal stuff to deal with. I'd say high B probably. Isn't this also the beginning of the Cabbage Man? No, I think it's the return of the Cabbage Man. I think the Cabbage Man is in the first Omashu episode. He's a first season kind of guy. Swamp's cool because, yeah, you get to see different kinds of waterbenders. You're not like, oh, it's only on the poles. It's like, oh, some of them are living in the swamp and eat bugs. you get your first sighting of Toph. Yeah, you get your first visions of Toph. You get some Sokka still thinking about Yue stuff, which I think is great in how it builds as time goes on. And you get Katara thinking about her mother, which also is something that comes back later on and has big implications. I think it also, you know, kind of gives some of the first hints at stuff like energy bending, even though some people might not, you know, like that idea as much. But of Aang, like touching the vines and shit going all the way through, you know, and finding his friends. Solid B, good episode, funny characters. Not necessarily the best thing in the world, but a solid one. Chad, do you like Avatar Day? Because I let me tell you, I love Avatar Day. But I know it's one of these ones that a lot of people see as pointless filler and they don't like. It will always be remembered as the day that the Avatar wasn't boiled in oil. I like seeing stuff from Avatar Kyoshi. I like that a lot. I think that's a fun thing to get. Is like some more Kyoshi backstory, which I think it's important because you have a lot of Roku backstory, right? You have a lot of Aang contacting Roku throughout the series. You know, you have it back in this episode. It just happens all throughout, right? And you don't know as much about Kyoshi because it's not his direct line of contact. But I think it's important to have more established ideas for like how different Aang is from Roku and how different Roku and Aang are from Kyoshi. I like that a lot, and I like seeing more of that. I also like when Aang's in prison and just talking to the other prisoners about their feelings. I like that stuff a lot. Does it have a huge point other than some world building stuff? No. But is it funny? Is it a good way to move stuff forward? Yeah, I'm gonna give it a low B. I'd say it's. I like it more than the Warriors of Kyoshi. Huh. Yeah. I mean, yeah, this isn't your list. Yeah, and you get the foam mouth. These two episodes need to be Baija. The Rhino Gang's pretty cool, for sure. For sure. All right, Blind Bandit is an SS episode. Yeah, Blind Bandit's so good. Introduction of Toph, who is such a good character. Maybe like just super fun to see, super fun to see her ability, right? You at this point are thinking about earthbending in a certain way, and this is what I love about the show, is as soon as you think you understand how something works, they find a way to expand on it in a way that makes sense, but recontextualizes everything. And right, you kind of get that with the swamp, right? Of like, oh, it's waterbenders can live anywhere. Waterbenders can do different things. They can bend the water in the vines. And then, you know, you also were introduced to the badger moles in this episode, which has a payoff here of like Toph uses sounds and vibrations, and it's just such a cool moment of like how far earthbending can go. And Toph is also just likable. Like, she's just a likable character who's fun to have around, and adds, I think, a much needed dynamic to the group of like confident person, right? A confident person who isn't going to take shit from anyone. I like that a lot. She's a really good foil to Aang in a way that Katara and Sokka aren't and can't be. So yeah, her introduction, great to see her. Fights were great. That whole section where like she takes all of them on at the same time. Her parents are like, what? No. the one who waits and listens. A great introductions to, you ready for some trivia? The actress of Toph, I can't remember her name. She actually appeared in a different episode of Avatar First, which was the fortune teller. She played Aunt Wu's assistant, Meg, something like that. The one who's like in love with Aang the whole time. And they liked her so much, and they were like, hey, we got this other role. You should come read for it. And then she got the part of Toph. Anyway, chat, I mean, will you move? Bro, move. Zuko alone, best episode of the series. It's like, you know, I've mostly been talking about the gang's perspective of all these episodes, right? At this point in the season, you had Iroh and Zuko first get tracked by Azula, you know, so they had to cut their hair and no longer be on the open chase for Aang. They had to do it in a different way. And yeah, at this point, Zuko has parted ways with Uncle because he doesn't want to live the Earth Nation refugee lifestyle, and goes out on his own. And I think if there were any doubts that Zuko is the main character, this episode ended them. Just a great tale of through flashbacks, of having each flashback not only be super important. What episode is it that they run into each other? I think it's the one. I think it's, what episode is that? I think it's the chase. Yeah, it's the chase. It's the next one. Yeah, it's just such a great use of flashback to tell a story in two time periods that the flashbacks always do seem to have some sort of relation to what is happening in the modern times. You know, of seeing Zuko, seeing how easily he can be shifted by negative forces around him, but also positive forces around him. Now, at his heart, he's a good person who just needs guidance. He's a kid who lost like his about that. I think it's just such a deep episode that really, like the storm, makes you empathize and understand Zuko in a way you hadn't before. And yeah, there's also the fight at the end where he stands up to the Earth Nation soldiers and gets his ass kicked using the swords, which is like the first time we've seen that happen, because every time he does the blue spirit thing, he's usually a fucking badass. But he tries it. Yeah, he tries it without it and gets his ass kicked, which also, that whole thing was cool of seeing people use weapons to earthbend or firebend, right? The earthbenders who like use the one who uses the big fucking hammers and like hits the ground, and a bunch of rocks come out and fly. That shit's just so cool. And then, yeah, Zuko embraces the side of himself he's been trying to hide. Hey, Jimmy. Of the firebender, right? And fucking goes off, shoots a lot of fire at the motherfuckers, and is like, I am Zuko, son of Ursa and Ozai, crown prince of the Fire Nation. Like, and it's just like, oh, this guy is so conflicted, and he's so much better than what he's being given. And then the people he helps reject him immediately after. He does the right thing. He saves the day. He gets scolded for it based on how he was born, and the mistakes he's made. He gets scolded by the Earth Nation actually for doing the right, for you know, being banished for doing a good thing. Yeah, I don't think that's an edgy moment. And yeah, you can't even blame the kid or his mother, right? He like goes up to the kid and tries to give the knife, right? Never give up without a fight. Made in Earth Kingdom. You also get like some really good insight on Iroh in this one, where, I mean, Iroh is an interesting character, where I'm sure that you could do a big deep dive on like the morality of Iroh, and I don't know how it all makes sense. But yeah, you see a change in Iroh, right? Like, he's obviously always been someone that's valued the arts, but maybe hasn't viewed what the Fire Nation does as evil as he probably should. And you do really see a shift in his character as through the flashbacks you learn about Lutan 9. Oz confused me. Some random Earth Kingdom guy knew that Ozai burned it back. I mean, I don't know. What do you mean his own crew? Oh, I mean, that's fair. But here's the thing. Don't you think information in the Fire Nation might be harder to spread? More propaganda? Harder to get some of the information out there? I mean, that'd be my excuse. All right, control. What does Control R do, Bodhisattva? The Fire Lord banishing his heir. The throne is probably pretty big news. Yeah, I mean, I think they knew. I mean, everyone knew who he was banished by, but maybe didn't know the information of who exactly. It zooms in. Oh, so you can see the words a little better. Bro. Dude, I was just trying to do tier list for fun, and now I have to. You reset me all the way back to Bennett Foddy? Dude, I did these streams back in June. Do you know how much stream content I have to go through now just to get back to this avatar list? None. I got you, Motosaru. You think I wasn't prepared for your Control R-ing ass to come in here and try to trick me? To try to reset me back to Bennett Foddy? No shot. No shot. No shot. Anyway, yeah, Zuko Lone, S tier episode. Great episode. The chase. I think the chase is an S episode. You know, you start to see how the group vibes with, or maybe it's an A. S might seem a little high. You start to see how the group vibes together. Vibes with Toph, and immediately the very obvious issue between them is Katara and Toph, who are always going to have troubles because they are fucking oil and water, and it's great to see them their shit start off right away. Yeah, it's the episode where they're being chased by Azula, Ty Lee, and May, and they are exhausted. They have no chances to fall asleep, and yeah, hijinks ensue. Toph leaves, has a conversation with Iroh, which I think is pretty brilliant, right? Because you do have some interactions with Iroh and the gang in these episodes, right? Like some peaceful-ish interactions while they're like talking about bringing back the moon spirit, right? And I like that a lot. I think that's some really good stuff. But here you just have Toph and Iroh not really knowing who the other is and just enjoying each other for the people they are, you know? Just enjoying each other for the people they are. And I think that's really beautiful. And I think that scene is amazing. And it's just a reminder that, like, all of these characters are separated by things beyond them that are hard to break through, but that they find ways to do it anyway. And yeah, you have this amazing fight at the end where Aang like leads Azula away, and they fight in that western town, and then they try to ambush her. The rest of the gang comes, and Zuko comes, and you have that moment where you have that amazing moment where Aang, Zuko, and Azula, and it gets mirrored later on too, which is so cool. You have Aang, Zuko, and Azula in like a triangle, all pointing at each other, deciding who to strike first, and Azula shoots at Zuko. Azula's such a dick, and she goes for Zuko. Like, yeah, I might move the chase to low S. That's good. There's a lot of good in it. Yeah. Here, let me see if I can find a shot of it. Yeah, and it kind of gets, where is it? What is this song? It's supposed to be a, I can't. All right. This shit. Let's see if I'm remembering it right. Yeah. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good. Like, they're all like eyeing each other. Aang's like falling asleep. Azula measures him up and is like, yeah, I'm gonna attack Zuko. Oh, you're not seeing this. Shit. Here. Let me watch it again. It's just so good. I love it so much. It's just you realize how petty, how terrible, how evil Azula is in that moment. All right, I don't like this song. This does not feel like an Avatar. This is gonna get claimed though. Here. Give me a second. Sorry about this. Game chops. Yeah, we'll do the game chops one. It's kind of short though, but all right. Yeah. Leave. I love that shit. And then yeah, they corner Azula. Somehow she escapes. Iroh gets shot by Azula's fire, and they all throw their shit. Sokka throws his boomerang as if it's as effective as anything they can do. Good stuff. Great episode. Bitter Work. I think Bitter Work's great too. I'm gonna give it a high A. Really cool interactions between Toph and Aang. As I was saying before, like Toph just is a foil to Aang in a way that other characters in the show aren't or can't be. And it's quite good because of that. You get Sokka getting stuck in the hole as he's trying to fucking kill the moose lion cub. Which is great. And yeah, I don't know, just some funny Toph being a teacher, thinking she knows exactly how things should go, and actually kind of being right, actually kind of having a good approach. You also have Aang growing as a waterbender here, where Katara is like, hey, we should keep practicing, but you know, you're good. You're good. You're talented, kid. But yeah, I think it's a solid episode. Oh fuck, no, this is an S. Here's the thing. I keep viewing these episodes through the lens of the gang, when the truth is you have to view them through the lens of Zuko and Iroh, and you have the entire aspect of Iroh teaching Zuko how to redirect lightning, which is super important throughout the series, and has one of my favorite shots of the show when like Iroh teaches him how to do it. He talks about that whole idea of the 4 different elements. I might need an SSS here. Of the 4 different elements, how they can be used to learn new techniques. Even as a firebender, you can use waterbending things, you know, learns it and then goes to the mountain during a storm and just yells at the lightning to strike him. You've never held back before. Strike me. It's so good and so sad. It's just this kid who needs to have power, right? Who needs to feel like he has any control over his life after time and time again it's been taken away from him. And time again, he's been bested by Aang, by Katara, by his sister, by his nation. Just time and time again, he's lost control of everything he thinks he wants. Which what he really wants is just control. But he doesn't know how to get it because he's looking for it in the wrong places. He's looking for control in the hardest atmosphere to control. He's literally in a thunderstorm asking a bolt of lightning to strike him so he can show that he has power over it. But he doesn't, and he can't. I don't read it as a suicidal moment. I don't read it as that. Yeah, I read it as him looking for control, because I don't think he wants to just get hit by it. I think he wants to prove that he can do something that Azula can't. He wants to also know and feel confident that in a fight, if Azula shoots lightning at him, he can redirect it. He can best her. Also, there's an Iroh flashback. Yes. Oh, the shot of Lieutenant. Oh. That's an S. That's an S for sure. Zuko wants to be worthy. Yeah. All right. This is halfway through. I'm going to use this moment for us all to take a bathroom break. We've gotten through... Oh, I guess we should do the library. And then we can take our bathroom break. Library is really good. I think library is an S. I think it's another S. I think this stretch of Avatar, honestly, season 2 in general is great. I guess there's not, I don't know. Library is low S for me or high A. Hard to fully determine. It's tough. Very important to the story. One of the coolest settings of a place, like just this spot that exists kind of between the material plane and the spirit world. Very cool. Wan Shi Tong, he who knows 10,000 things. Just really interesting, and to have this place be fabled. You also get some of the best. You get some of the best Toph jokes of "There it is." Be like, I'm blind. Cool setting, cool things that are learned there. You learn, I think in that one, that maybe you already knew that Zhao had been there. I think you already know that Zhao had been there, but you get like confirmation of where exactly he was. I love the moment at the end of the episode too. Like you have this whole B plot, right, with Toph and Appa just outside, not wanting to go in, and then Toph is like, library sinking, and just trying to hold the whole thing up, showing how fucking strong and badass she is. Like the only reason that they don't all die is because of her, and she has to make the choice, the easy decision, right, in terms of utilitarian ideas, right? You save the humans, you save the many over the sky bison, but it's still a choice. It's still a moment she has to live with, and a consequence she has to live with, of knowing that she could save Appa. It would come at the expense of all those motherfuckers dying. But yeah, really not that many things. I miss what you're talking about. You're saying Wan Shi Tong doesn't, the 10,000 things isn't that many? Is that what you're saying? Because true, yeah, I know 10,000 things. I think I know 10,000 things. Right? I'd hope. I mean, here, I know 60 episodes of Avatar. And that's only one show. Should be he who knows 10 million things. 10 billion things. I know 100. Yeah. You ain't wrong, dude. Yeah, and knowing 150 Pokemon, that's 1% of the way, right? That's my math's right. You're 1% of the way to knowing as much as Wan Shi Tong by just knowing all the Pokemon. I mean, 1.5, really. Should we even be impressed with Wan Shi Tong? The answer is no. Oh yeah? Name 10,000 things. But yeah, great episode. Cool shit. Toph is faced with, you know, having to feel a little responsible, even though she was in the right, to let Appa go. And Aang's like, you let Appa leave. You've always hated him. You let it happen because you wanted to be trapped in the desert. It's good shit. Good shit. All right. This is our halfway point. We're about halfway through. I think we got 31 left. I'm going to use this moment to go to the bathroom. This is your only chance to go to the bathroom, chat. You're not allowed to leave after it, you know? So use the restroom now. Grab a snack if you need it, and we'll be right back. All right? BRB. All right. You crying, chat? How y'all doing? Hope your bathroom breaks were productive. I mean, I feel like my rankings so far are probably pretty what people would expect. I'm glad I added SS. I think this was very much needed. I'm glad you like the Wan Shi Tong shit post. I'm glad it could offer you a moment of levity. All right. Scarlar, thank you for the gift sub. Yeah, I mean, I think my rankings are probably pretty typical Avatar fan rankings. We'll see as it goes on. But yeah. All right, the desert. I think the desert is SS, easy SS. Probably we'll see. It's great. You muzzled Appa. I talk about this in my video about Avatar, the most recent one that I did of like tear bending. And like sad moments. I think the desert is amazing at that, of like having its funniest moments be followed by its most tense moments. And like I think this manages to be one of the most emotionally resonant episodes of the series, and also one of the fucking funniest episodes of the series. It's so funny. Just the whole cactus juice bit is super good, and yeah, it also makes me so sad. I think just all of Aang freaking out, Aang being so mad, him losing his best friend. F is the Great Divide. Him losing his best friend in Appa. And yeah, I think for me, it's also a really cool B plot with Zuko and Iroh. And Iroh like goes to talk to the White Lotus members, and you get this sense of like, oh, there's so much more to Iroh. There is so much more to Iroh than I fucking knew. I think that stuff's really good. It's just overall everything about it is solid, but the core of it, and it's this moment. I think this moment is one of my favorite in all of Avatar, of just like Aang once again losing control in the same way that he did in the Avatar state, in the same way that he did in the Southern Air Temple, in the same way that he's just has happened to him throughout the series. And an exhausted Katara, walks over to him, takes his hand, isn't afraid of him, and is just only has sadness and exhaustion of seeing her someone super important to her. At this point, her friend, like, miserable and not able to control himself. But she's like still there, still willing to help, and well, I don't know. It's just such a powerful moment of her, like everyone, like Sokka being like, "Get away, run!" Like, you need to move, and Katara just stands there. And then walks and is the one that is able to bring him back, and him just still being in the Avatar state but crying. It's just so good. And I think their juxtaposition of the cactus juice jokes with these moments just works so well, to make you like put your guard down. How do you remember individual episodes? I don't know. Avatar is kind of easy to do that with. With Korra, I'd struggle a lot more, but Avatar is pretty. I mean, I've also watched Avatar a lot. Yeah, I think that's probably my favorite scene in the series. And that's why it gets an SS from me, dog. Serpent's Pass, kind of a mid-episode. Some good stuff in this. The return of Suki. You get the return of Suki. You get the return of Jet. Right? The return of Suki and Jet, which both interesting. A great shot of Sokka and Suki like about to kiss with the moon in the background. Oh, good stuff. And then yeah, Jet and I'd say it's about here. A solid episode. But yeah, Jet and Zuko teaming up. Such a unlikely duo, right? Of the two of them teaming up. It's better than these episodes. It's a higher B. It's better than these episodes for sure. I think it's that like, oh, you also have like one of the best Toph lines. Yeah. Oh, Sokka, you can just let me drown now. Oh, it's so good. Naming the baby Hope. Yeah, it's a solid episode. A good episode that continues off of Aang feeling sad and all that shit. And builds off it, lets him keep moving forward and having hope with it. The drill's not a great episode. Some interesting. I think this is when Iroh like bends his tea to make it warmer, and the fight is cool. But like, it doesn't do all that much. The A plot, there isn't all that much to it other than taking down the drill, which is a fun another Sokka thing of like, oh, it's not about actually breaking everything. It's just about kind of breaking it. And then have Aang do a big force to be like Tai. We got to be like Tai Li, take them down from the inside. You love that sort of Sokka plan. the fight is also really an interesting one, because it's so much about the atmosphere that they're fighting on, and then you see just during it Aang and Azula slipping around. This great moment where Azula just like is running towards Aang and slips on the slurry shit and just fucking bangs into him. I don't know. Also, seeing the wall of Ba Sing Se is dope. Yeah, there is no war inside Ba Sing Se. A good episode, a cool fight, not necessarily super special, right? Nothing in it happens that's super remarkable, but an important episode to move forward. I think Cities of Walls and Secrets is a high A. Just get them in there. You start to is this when this is when Jet like fights Zuko. That's a good episode. You get the gang in the city, you have them learning how different the area of Ba Sing Se really is compared to the other places they've been. Jet does not die in this one, but and this is around the time where Jet is just like obsessing over Zuko and Iroh being firebenders. They get the tea shop, or they start working at the tea shop. Like, this young man attacked one of the finest tea makers in the city. And I was like, oh, shucks. And yeah, a good episode. I love the fight between Jet and Zuko, where Zuko grabs his swords again, and Jet's using his hook swords, and the two of them fight. Zuko like cuts Jet's piece of straw or whatever. Yeah, good episode. Oh, this is also one of the best jokes in the entire series of Platypus Bear? No, it just says bear. This place is weird. All right. Tales of Ba Sing Se, a clear SS. Yeah, very good. I think the Tale of Iroh is so good. I think all of the tales in this episode are great. The weakest is probably the Katara and Toph section. But it's still good. I don't know. I like it because it's like you get these little slices of life that have different importance to all the characters, and not all of them are serious. And actually, maybe that's what's good about it, is it kind of does jump between these different things of like you have a more serious one like Iroh's, and then you have just a pure like funny one in Sokka's in just Sokka fucking loving haikus. And then Zuko's date, I really like Zuko's date. I think seeing him try to be normal and try to connect with someone who, not to say that she hasn't been through anything, but I don't think this is filler, to be honest. But, or I guess like, if this is considered filler, then viewing filler as a negative is dumb. I think because I think the series is far worse if you don't have this episode. Because yes, sure, it doesn't push forward all of the plot stuff. There's some pushing forward in Appa's location, I suppose. But like sometimes taking time for characterization in a story is just as important. Like not every chapter of a book is always going to be the same level of plot importance, but sometimes those moments where characters get to breathe and grow are super important. All plot, all time, bad. Honestly. Yeah. I mean, and maybe you could consider it filler. I just think fillers usually has a negative connotation. You know, and you even saying, who knew that was possible? First thing that gets cut by Studio Meow. But yeah, I think it's a great episode. Have you played Tell Me Why? I have not played it. You have to work hard to keep it in. Probably. I think by that point, there was a lot of faith in Avatar, though. But yeah, okay. Appa's Lost Days, a great episode. I'll give it an S. I think this is a great episode of just seeing everything from the past, like 6 episodes through Appa's eyes, seeing how many times they almost crossed paths. You know, Appa seeing the cloud, the mushroom cloud that Aang made in the desert episode. It's just so heartbreaking. You know, getting another return of Suki, who finds Appa, tries to help. The introduction of Guru Patik. And just, yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting point of what you said, right? Of they probably had to fight really hard to keep Tales of Ba Sing Se. Think about this 2-episode run of Avatar. In 2 episodes, of which I would say are 2 of the show's best, they have a slice of life episode where each character, you just see a day of their life. And then you have an episode from the perspective of an animal. With very few of your principal characters. That's amazing. It's amazing that they were brave enough to do that for 2 episodes in a kids show and still like expect people to be engaged and enjoy it. I think people did, which is pretty great. I also love there's a shot of Iroh seeing Appa fly by and Zuko's like, what was that? And Iroh's like, nothing. I saw nothing, dude. What? So what? You think something? What? No, nothing there. Just go, go chill. Yeah. Yeah, the dog. Yeah, I mean, I think it is. I think they did great in here. Will this be posted to YouTube? I don't know. I have no plans to. I gotta figure that stuff out. Maybe this would make decent YouTube content on the side channel. Cut it down some. Anyway, Lake Laogai. Another good episode. An S. Can we talk about how good book 2 is, by the way? Oh my god. This is a good episode. I don't know if it's an S. Hey, Axiom. This is a good episode for sure. Of like Jet being reminded. Jet did Jet just die? Yeah, that stuff's good. The fight is interesting down below. Yeah, this is an S. Zuko breaking in as the blue spirit. Is it better than the library? I don't know. Zuko breaking in as the blue spirit and Iroh. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry. I gotta move this shit up. This is high S. We've gone from low S to high S. Fucking Iroh coming in behind him being like, I always wondered who the blue spirit is, even though he knew damn well all along. He's known for years. I've always wondered. And then him giving this speech, he's like, no, Prince Zuko, you never think things through. Like, it's just so good. You steal that Avatar's bison. Then what? This is exactly what happened at the Northern Water Tribe. And if it wasn't for the Avatar, you'd be dead. Look inside yourself and see what you want. So you know who you are. That's just so good. It's just so good. Ugh. Ugh. Iroh. You beautiful bastard. That shit's so good. Uncle Razbro. I just performed it for you. Why would you want to watch it? Great moment. Great moment. The Earth King is okay. Yeah, I like that part of it. I like the Zuko parts of the Earth King where he's like all nice, you know, shit's good, blah blah blah, nice stuff. But it's an okay episode. It like really, they really, you know, have. By the way, also the end of Lake Lao Guy when Appa comes in. And Aang like jumps on him, and you can tell that the actor had a cold, but it's actually perfect. It's actually perfect that he had a cold, and he's like, I missed you, buddy. He's just crying on Appa. I missed you, buddy. Oh my god. It's too good. Alright, we'll play just that little part. We'll put just that little part. Just that little part. They'll never know, chat. Nickelodeon will never know.
I missed you, buddy.
Oh, it's so good. I missed you. You can tell he has a cold, but it actually makes the performance better. I missed you, buddy. I missed you, buddy. Anyway, the next episode's worse. You know, some funny jokes. Get some more stuff with the bear. The Earth Kingdom is an idiot. The Earth King's an idiot, and he's like, and the people of Ba Sing Se are all fools, and I'm the crowned fool. There's some good stuff in it. Castle Siege is awesome for sure, and you just see Toph mean dope as fuck as always. I love there's a shot in the Castle Siege where like they throw a big rock at Aang. He's like looking forward on Appa and just puts his hand out and just poof, that part's dope as fuck. The rest of it then just slows down. Not a bad episode, just, you know, the kind of calm before the storm. Okay, then you have the Guru. Guru's an S for sure. I'm gonna put it below Appa's Lost Days. I think the Guru is great, and normally I combine these two. If I were combining them, I put them in SS. Toph turns the stairs into a slide. Yeah, so good. But I think the Guru falls a little. I mean, it's another setup episode. Fuck no, this is a good episode. Yeah, I mean, you have Aang go to the Guru. He starts working through all those emotions and trauma. You learn more about the Flow Chi. It's good stuff. Good reflections. Ugh. Tastes like banana and onion juice. I'd like another. Okay, fuck it. It's an SS. Guru's an SS. It's good. It's a low SS, but it's definitely an SS. Toph doesn't invent it in this one, or is that the very end? She does. Oh yeah, it's the very end. She's kidnapped. Yeah, and then like the resolution for it is in the next episode. Yeah, and he's like, all things are connected, you know. Even metal has the tiniest bit of minerals in it. So good. And Toph gets the hit, and she's like, "Whoo, Toph, you rule." Great episode. And then you have Azula, Ty Lee, and May infiltrating the Earth Earth King and Kingdom. I guess it kind of starts back a bit in the Earth King episode, but yeah, here it really pushes forward. You get the whole tea scene where have I ever told you why they call me the Dragon of the West? Oh, good shit. And then Crossroads is higher. Crossroads, I think is here for me. And also, yeah, it starts in here and resolves in here. Just all the Katara Zuko stuff of them realizing their similarities. Katara realizing that Zuko isn't the worst person in the world, but also he's still very flawed and has issues, and it ends up paying off well of like, we as the audience get to know that Zuko is becoming better, but Katara also gets to distrust him, which is great for some stuff coming up here in book 3. Also, the moment I talked about it earlier, right, of the standoff with Zuko, Azula, and Aang, and Azula shoots first at Zuko, which is just so funny. It's just so funny. An episode by episode Raz commentary. I mean, that's kind of what this has been. I did have thoughts. I don't know if any of you have watched or listened to the podcast Binge Mode from theringer.com. They did like binge mode Game of Thrones on the show, and then they did binge mode Harry Potter on the books. And like for Game of Thrones, they did episode by episode. The Harry Potter books, they do like a section of chapters, and yeah, just break it down like super detailed. And I had an idea of doing that with Avatar, of like a scripted show of like writing out analysis, but then also having some like improv parts, like that. It's just about, like with everything else in life, it's about resources and not having them. I don't have the resources to make that show. I don't have the time or resources to do it. But, you know, maybe at some point I could do like a Kickstarter or something. Let's switch up our... Some more Korra music, but it's good anyway. They're small. They're small. It is what it is. You're probably not the only one, but I am talking about it. All the other ones on here were worse, and I had no interest in doing it myself. So unfortunately, you know, you just have to deal with it. I've already zoomed in. It's already zoomed in. You know, I can also tell you, I'm like looking at them close to my shit. Like I'm already looking at it close. It's just bad quality. Like even if I zoom in, it's still going to be bad quality. But if you really need it, it'll be hard to read no matter what. But maybe a little easier. Maybe you'll at least be able to recognize the picture a little better. How much do I need? Well, to do that, I mean, I would need to put a lot of time into writing, which I don't fully have. But also just hiring people to produce all of it, which, you know, ends up being a lot. One day maybe. Could be really fun. I also wanted to have, yeah, I don't know. I have to figure it out. Hopefully this helps a bit, but it's just going to be a little bad no matter what. I think it'd probably be something I do completely separate. All right, Cor, stop talking. Do you outsource your editing? Sometimes. Depends on the video. Depends on the thing. You know, stuff like gaming for a non-gamer, I always edit though. I don't know. I think in 2020, I probably edited... I had 16 videos. Let's see. Items was edited. This, yeah, 30. Afterwards. I think 5 of my videos in 2020 were edited by other people. 6. 6 of the 16. Because Outer Wilds, likable heroes, the Avatar one, the Bony Bear one, the crafting one. Yeah, 6 of the 16. So, I mean, it all depends. I think the only... Yeah, usually. I mean, yeah, usually. I'll do additional edits. Depends on it. Like, the Bony Bear one, I didn't do any additional edits because it was so stylized and was just easy to have it be what I wanted it to be. Where the ones, yeah, I usually go in, change up some of the shots, adjust certain things. But yeah, anyway, let's continue on. Talking about Crossroads of Destiny, because I feel like I haven't talked about it enough, other than it's an SS. You know, great moment of having the rematch of that standoff, this time with Katara there as well. And instead of Azula shooting first at Zuko, Zuko this time takes the lead and decides to, you know, go after Aang. Rip. And yeah, so great transition from him. The episode ends on such a weird, crazy note of like Zuko returning home and being praised for it, and just or is that the next one? I can't remember. That might only happen in Awakening. I don't remember fully. Katara using the spirit water and all that. Zuko's choosing, yeah, because you have so much faith. Okay, I'm gonna change the music. We just might have to move. Let's just move to some Zelda and chill. It's just easier. Just easier. You don't always need to be in the Avatar music mode. All right, to continue on. And then this, yeah, a backstep, right? On the path to redemption, sometimes backsteps happen. Bettering yourself is not always a straight line. But yeah, between these two episodes, you get a lot of great Iroh quotes, a lot of great Iroh moments. You also get Iroh, like, seeing him be disappointed in Zuko is super painful. And, you know, him, like, doing his stand, trying to take on all of the Dai Li, and buying them a few seconds. It's just a super powerful moment. Crossroads is such a great episode. Yeah, let's move into season 3 though. Season 3, The Awakening. Aang, he's got hair. I think it's a good episode. A good return back to Avatar. I'd say a pretty solid A. Pretty solid A. You know, you have some good moments between Katara and her dad. You have all this guilt that Aang feels of like, oh God, what happened? Did I die? You have Zuko going on dates with May and going to see Uncle, and Uncle won't talk to him. Just all these great moments in it. Yeah. You see, like, Aang has lost everything, right? Aang has lost everything in this moment. And he's the one who needs his honor back. It's so good. He's like, I need my honor back. He and Zuko completely, not fully flip, but he takes Zuko's spot, and Zuko takes the spot that he thought he always wanted, and is starting to realize that it's not what he wants. It's not a place that makes him happy. Love it. good flips. The headband, fun. The headband's fun. The headband is a fun episode. But definitely mid B for sure. Those I faced, yeah, true. It's fun to see some more Fire Nation stuff. It's fun to see Aang take on the impression of Kuzan, try to bring a little, to make a little footloose out of this firebender town. And it's fun. It's fun for sure. A little bit more of the romance between Katara and Aang, some good Sokka bits of him. Also, Katara just being like 100% on and brilliant. The name's Fire, Wang Fire, and this is my wife, Sapphire. Sapphire Fire. Like, it's so good. It's so good. It's so funny. But why is it B tier? It doesn't have all that much emotional weight. It's just like a solid episode. It's not a bad episode. It's just a good episode. Yeah, the dance is solid too. And they're like, Sokka, you can take the beard off. You can take the beard off. He's like, I can't. It's permanently glued to my face. It is a nice moment of levity after what is a relatively heavy episode in The Awakening and heavy finale of Book 2, which I think is great. I think it fits well. It's a solid episode. Not bad. Nothing wrong with it. But, you know, I can't put everything in A and S tier. Definitely a good one. Then we have the Painted Lady. I mean, I'm trying to rank everything relative to Avatar. Painted Lady is C. For me, it's either low B or high C. There's some good bits in this. There's definitely some good bits of the guy who keeps taking different identities. You think the Jet episode's worse? We'll give it a C. We gotta have some spicy takes. We gotta have some spicy takes. I mean, they'd have to reanimate the show to do that, right? To get it in 16:9. Or zoom in and ruin a lot of shots. And destroying the factory. Yeah, that part's fun. I mean, it's an okay episode. I feel like it's the classic Katara like through line that you see in Imprisoned, I guess a bit in Waterbending Master, of like, I'm not gonna let people suffer, right? I'm not gonna let people suffer when I could help them. But the thing is, so Katara kind of has these two moving, like these big personality traits that move through multiple episodes, right? That Weird Champ, it's like one of the best episodes, Lionheart. And if you think that's wrong, then you're wrong. Anyway, the actual spirit is so cliche though. How's it cliche? I don't know that I'd agree that it's cliche. I don't know that that's a perfect use of cliche. It's miles ahead. They're not both B. Painted Lady I put in C. Anyway, you have these two lines with Katara, right? One line is like, I won't stand around and watch people suffer, right? And the other is like similar and related, of like, I'm tired of feeling powerless in situations where I could help people. You know, like that's her other line, and they're similar and they work together. I think the first one is okay, but all it ends up doing a lot of the time is not growing her character, but instead, like, I mean, I don't know. It's good to have that stubbornness show, so you know that that's how she thinks, right? But I think it's so much more interesting when you see like the puppet master and her learning bloodbending. Like, she was in a situation that she was powerless in, and learned the one way that she could stop it, but it was doing something that's gross, something that's bad, something that she doesn't want to do. So she has to decide, like, I am going to use this power. And that's, like, I think the more interesting through line of, like, her feeling powerless and needing to find ways to act, and ways to move forward. And I guess that, I don't know, maybe that does kind of rely on her doing stuff like Imprisoned in the Painted Lady, like her always trying to help when she can. But I think that like, while it maybe establishes her need to save people, it isn't the interesting growth that you get from the Puppet Master, as it then relates to the Southern Raiders. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Anyway, yeah, see, it's just kind of a distraction. You could get rid of this episode, and I don't think all that much would be affected by it. You'd lose a few funny bits, you know. But yeah, Sokka's Master. Sokka's Master is a good episode. Is it an S? Yeah, Sokka's Master's an S for sure. Great episode. Just almost all Sokka, no real B plot. Like, it's pretty much all Sokka. The B plot is them not being able to find a B plot. Do they have any? I think there's some Zuko stuff in here probably. I guess that's probably the B plot. I think maybe this is when you start seeing Iroh work out, would be my guess. But like the B plot with the gang is them just being like, tell a joke. I miss Sokka. I mean, I think they do a perfect thing of like, yeah, it starts out you feeling like Sokka's useless, but you realize like Sokka's importance is that he moves things forward. He keeps hope in the group. He lets them all gel. He is the gel that can hold them all together, because Toph, Aang, and Katara all have, I mean, Aang and Katara obviously get along pretty well, but the three of them do have very different personalities that can grind up against each other, and I think Sokka often ends up as this like force between them that they can all like kind of turn to and either shit on or just like laugh with or have some sort of commonality with. Say something funny. Funny how? Yeah. And a good setup too. Yeah, you're right. Good setup for the White Lotus stuff. I always like stuff where it's seen more people in the Fire Nation who aren't blind supporters of the Fire Nation. I like that, and that's what I like about the right. Where book 2, so much of it was realizing not like being part of the Earth Kingdom doesn't mean you're a good guy. Book 3 was so much about being part of the Fire Nation doesn't mean you're a bad guy. Very dope, him knowing who they were the whole time. The moment you walked in here, said your name was Sokka. Should have said Lee. There's a million Lees. Which is funny too, because Lee is the fake name that Zuko used. Good stuff. That's good stuff. It is good stuff. Then you have the Beach. Beach is an S tier. Beach is, if any of you are coming at me saying the Beach isn't an S tier, I'll fight you. Where on S tier though? Genuinely, Beach is high S. Beach does not make SS for me, but Beach makes S. I think it's just outside of that. Is this the introduction of Sparky Boom Man? No. Wait, it is. Yeah, this definitely is. Right? Like, because that's the B plot is, no, the runaway is when they confront him and like for the first main time. But I'm pretty sure the first time they show up, they're like camping and then they see a glint and then just, yeah. And that's the jump between. Yeah, so you get the introduction of Sparky Boom Man. You just get some funny slice of life stuff of like the four the kind of villains we've seen throughout. Only one of whom I think most people look at as a villain, right? I don't think anyone watching at this point really sees Zuko as a villain. They see him as a conflicted anti-hero, right? And then Ty Lee and May are just like there for the ride. They're not necessarily good guys at that point, but I don't think they're villains. Azula's a villain. You know Azula's a villain by that point. But you're seeing four teenagers who have had the weirdest teenage life ever. One like went away to the circus. One has been chasing like the most powerful being in the world. You know, yeah. So to see them try to like play volleyball, to see all the dudes hit on Ty Lee, and Azula gets kind of jealous, to see them at the party. That's a shop uniform you got there. So sharp it could pierce the hull of the lead ship in a Fire Nation fleet. Like Azula trying to flirt is the funniest fucking thing. Zuko shows love and absolutely, yeah. And then I think you have all that funny and I talked about this in that tier bending video, right? You have some of the funniest moments in the show, right? I think the beach has some of the funniest moments of just like these weirdos trying to be normal teenagers. Sounds like pretty, in some way. I think that's the funny part, is they're so elevated from the other teenagers in this episode in like the things they've been through, right? And by comparison just look wild, but also it somehow feels relatable. It does somehow feel relatable. Yeah, you do forget they're teenagers, and I think this episode's a really good reminder of that. And then, yeah, that final beach scene is great, right? You get some more... You get some more info on Ty Lee, right? Of like how she felt like she's part of a matching set. She went off to the circus so she could feel different, so that it wasn't just about being one of whatever 10 sisters. May being like, what, you want me to give some sort of sob story? My life was good as long as I stayed in line, as long as I said yes, sir, yes, ma'am. Like okay, yeah, I get why she's apathetic towards everything, because she's had no, like, because that's been the most rewarding, the best way to get whatever she wanted. Yeah. And that moment where like, who are you mad at, Zuko? Who are you mad at? Iroh? Me? Father? No. I'm angry at myself. Like, it's so good. It's just so good. It's just good writing. Like, having that moment of reflection, and having Zuko clearly show regret in front of people he shouldn't be showing regret to, which is good too. Just, yeah, maybe it does belong in SS. All right, we'll move it up. We'll move it up for the angry at myself line. We'll move it up for that. It's a good line. It's a good part. Yeah, just really good writing at that moment. I think a worse writer would have said, I'm angry at everyone, including myself. But for it to just be like, I'm angry at myself, is just so powerful. And I think it feels organic to Zuko. And also, as that idea, right? you forget they're teenagers, and in this moment you realize they're teenagers. And while Zuko has had a batshit crazy life, put the SS in order. I think I have them in order right now. I think I have the SS in order. I think I have most things in order. Maybe the B tier is getting a little messy, a little dusty. But SS right now is definitely in order. Grind up the SS episodes and inject them in my veins. Yeah. Anyway, what I was trying to say, I think it's really relatable. That idea, especially being a teenager, right? We've talked about Zuko had a batshit teenage life, different than any real teenager, but somehow still feels relatable. And I think there's a very real thing in life about feeling this anger and not knowing where to direct it, and realizing like the only person you're mad at is you. and you push it out as if you're angry at everyone, but it's you. And how do you make amends with yourself? How do you do that? Such a good early episode. It's pretty good. But I don't know. I think it's in the right spot. But yeah, great shit. Avatar and the Fire Lord SS. There's so many SSs. Just so many SSs. No. SS. Yeah, come on, it's so good. You get like a bunch of backstory on Roku while still having some funny jokes throughout. This idea, a great line in this episode that has a payoff in season 4 of The Legend of Korra. The line being, some friendships last longer than a lifetime. And then Toph and Korra become friends. God damn. Good stuff. I know not as many people like Korra, but there is some good stuff and some good crossovers between the two. I think a really cool story to see this connection between Roku's life and Aang and Zuko's life. They all hold hands. Yeah, it's so good. It's such a nice little connection. And I don't know that they ever planned that would be a thing, but it worked well. Korra's a mess. Yeah, for sure. I still think there's a lot of good stuff in it, but it definitely much messier show than The Last Airbender. Literally what I called my video, a beautiful mess. I don't know if you've watched it, but I made a video on Korra called The Legend of Korra Beautiful Mess. And that's kind of the thesis. It's got some really good stuff in it, but also is messy storytelling. But yeah, I love this episode, and I love the reveal at the end when Zuko's like goes to Iroh and is like, why are you telling me any of this? Why are you telling me any of this? My uncle didn't have a downfall. He died of old age, happily of old age. And then Iroh just reveals Zuko, you have 2 grandfathers. And grandfather Roku was your grandfather on your great grandfather on your mother's side. Oh, it's just so good. Are you gonna do a Legend of Korra list? Maybe. Episode Mirrors the Storm, yeah, for sure. The thing about Korra is it's harder for me to distinguish between each individual episodes like I can with this, just because of kind of how the show's written. But yeah. Zero head. Yeah, I mean, it's Zuko. He dumb. Zuko's a himbo, right? But yeah, I love that moment, and just you realizing like Zuko's legacy, or the legacy of Zuko's, the legacy that has been passed down to Zuko isn't just that of becoming Fire Lord. It's the legacy of the Avatar. the person he's been fighting against so hard, and it's just such a great like reminder to him, and a great moment of him being like, I made the wrong choice. I made the wrong choice. People overrate the beginning. I mean, it's a cool episode. The wand stuff's cool enough, but yeah, it's not the best thing in the world. I've seen a lot of people say that the beginning episodes, and I may have said it at one point too, but I disagree now. The beginning episodes are like as good as anything in The Last Airbender, which or as the best episodes in The Last Airbender, which like some people have said it's as good as Zuko alone. And I'm like, do not. Anyway, yeah, Avatar Fire Lord, so good. Just great, just beautiful stuff. Jesus Christ, it's only been 3 hours. It's I told you. Spend a few minutes on each one. It's going to take a couple hours. The Runaway. The Runaway is a fun episode. The Runaway is one of the few episodes that really plays with the genre. Oh, by the way, real quick before we move to The Runaway. Sorry, I'm scatterbrained. Avatar and the Fire Lord has one of the show's glitches. Glitch is the wrong word. Mistakes. They show a shot of Fire Lord Sozin airbending. They show him taking in some steam and like shooting it out. They show him airbending. Does that matter? Does that affect anything? Here, I can show you. They show him steam bending. Which maybe you could argue falls under firebender powers. All right. Maybe. All right. Let's get it. It's around here somewhere. Without you, all my dreams become possible. It's so good. This is a good episode. Where is it? Fang! Sorry about this. It's in here somewhere. You're fighting a volcano. And you're winning. Where the fuck is it? Airbender can heat air. Yeah. Huh. I thought that he came in earlier. Is this it? Oh. Okay, sorry. I got confused. I thought he did the evil thing sooner. He almost fell and died. Need help, old friend? Yeah. Okay. Where is it? Oh, here it is. What is this? How's he doing that? You can't do that. This is airbending. This is airbending. This is airbending. Heat bending? Heat redirection? I don't know. Smoke bending, dude. You can't do that. Is that allowed? All right, whatever. The Runaway. Runaway is a great episode. Some good Toph Katara. Looks like airbending to me. Refrigerator bending. Some good Toph Katara conflict. Is it S? No, I don't think it's S. It plays with the format of the show, right? You have a in media res of Toph getting kidnapped and turned into Katara and being like You tricked me, you know, and doing all the different scams and flim-flams and shamboozles. Fun stuff. Fun episode. And I think a nice episode to come right after what is pretty heavy in the Avatar and the Fire Lord, right? Watching Sozin let Roku die. Bending smoke should be earth bending it. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. It is tough to say what's what. Great shot also of our scene where Katara is listening to Toph and Sokka talk about her. And you know, one of my favorite, this is an A episode. I'm not gonna budge on it. But there is one of my favorite lines that's just so sad in that scene. Yeah, and it's Sokka says like, yeah, my mother died when we were so young, and now when I think about her, I see Katara's face. And it's like, it's so heartbreaking. It's so sad. And it's also real. Like there's, you know, especially for people who lose parents at a young age, it's like, you know, without pictures, without looking at pictures all the time, like some of those ideas fade. You need to have those pictures and look back at them. Otherwise, what they look like does start to fade away. You know, it's beautiful. I think it's a very beautiful and poignant line. One of the best in Avatar. Great episode. Yeah, funny stuff. You get the introduction of Hockey, and then I think Hockey leaves. When you talk to people who lost someone long ago, yeah. He was waterbending. Wait, that's even less possible. I love how it's just all arguments about what was he doing. Was he airbending? Anyway, Runaway is a great episode. Plays with the format in a fun way. The return of Sparky Boom Man. I think this is where he's officially named Sparky Boom Man. A fun little Toph episode where she really gets to be her Toph self and use her powers to the best of her ability. A solid episode. Not a bad episode by any means. It's an A. It's a great episode. Just, you know, less than the others. Puppet Master for me is an S. Not an SS, but a high S for sure. I think the idea of bloodbending is really interesting and done well here. What I love, and something Korra does too, less, but what I love is there's these ideas in Avatar or about Avatar where people are like, well, you know, people are made up of like 70% water. Don't you think that someone could bend the water inside them? You know, like that's something that fans have been saying for a while, and then they found a way to put it in. And not only like did they put it in, but that's a ballsy move. Like this is supposed to be a fun little kids show, right? It's like, what if there was an ability that people lost control of their bending? This is SS, no argument. Here, I'm giving the argument of why it's S, because I don't like it as much as these other ones. It's dark. It goes there. Hama's backstory, I think, is interesting. And Katara is faced with the choice of like, imagine if Angus fixated. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, people talked about that idea. Like, oh, Aang could do that. He could pull the air from people. And then Zahir does it. It's wild. But yeah, Katara breaking down at the end. Classic. Great episode. Yeah, she wins by losing. She passes on her legacy of bloodbending to Katara, who uses it. And I don't know the full lore going into Monk Yatso also. Yeah, but that's not, yeah. But you don't really know that till later, but yeah. You never really learn that for sure. I think that's just side stuff that they've talked about. But certainly the evidence of it is there. How you give waterbenders. How do you give them something to drink without them using it to escape? Yeah, because she pushed to the point of, yeah. Practice on the rats. It's got that, where like, what's in the box? What's in the box? Tell her she's okay. Yeah, I don't know how bloodbending starts to exist later on, right? Yeah. Did people just figure it out by happenstance? Or, they talk about how Katara outlawed bloodbending. She had a big push in Republic City to outlaw bloodbending. Did people know about it? Or did Katara accidentally spur people to bloodbend by outlawing it? Did bringing awareness by outlawing it actually increase people doing it? I don't know. Great episode. Great episode. And leads into a great moment in the Southern Raiders. And I think, as I was saying before, that idea of like Katara wanting to feel power in a time of feeling powerless, right? And there's even a moment where she's almost bloodbended, and she has to push back against it and then use bloodbending to save her friends. What bending? Did you say we can bend blood? Like Prohibition outline it, makes people want, raise more awareness. You're a bloodbender. Nightmares and daydreams. All right, chat, you ready for a hot take about nightmares and daydreams? You ready for a hot take? It's an S tier. Nightmares and daydreams, unironic S tier. It is it is honestly one of my favorite episodes of the entire fucking show. And I think it works because it comes after a few pretty intense episodes. With the Puppet Master being one of the most intense episodes of the series. And it's just this like funny romp of a kid who is on the precipice of saving the world and killing the biggest villain there is, and trying to come to terms with that. And like, I get why people don't like it, and I get why some people view, it's like it's there to like give its purpose is not fully to move forward plot, although I do think there is some Zuko stuff in here that's important, right, where he like starts preparing his eventual leave of the Fire Nation. I think this is the one where he has like, he sits in the meeting, I think. I might be wrong. But yeah, he like writes the note to he does a bunch of stuff. And like, there's just so many moments in this that I love. For levity, like, it's a moment to breathe, yeah. I don't know. Look, this is my list. Is this an objective list? No. This is how I feel about the episode. And I love watching Nightmares and Daydreams. Like, when the whole section with Appa and Momo fighting is so good, and when it's like, are you okay? You really should get some sleep. And then it goes to Appa, and he's like, you can't go on. Like, I'm worried about you. You can't go on like this. It's so good. Who hasn't felt this way before? Just, yeah. And then the end where it's like, but you're not wearing any pants. No, Fire Lord Ozai, you're not wearing pants. I also loved watching this episode live. Before the series has ended. I was fortunate enough to start the show somewhere in the middle of book 2 airing live. So I actually watched every episode of season 3 as it aired, which was a cool experience. And there was this amazing thing that happens in Nightmares and Daydreams where one of Aang's nightmares is like not a funny nightmare. It's not a joke nightmare. It is like, Toph's eyes like melt away, it gets frozen. Like, there's all these like things that are like, is this foreshadowing things? And I loved at the time breaking all that stuff down and trying to be like, does this mean anything? And a lot of it, you know, I'm sure you could stretch it enough so it does, but yeah. It's the fate of the whole world in his hands. Makes complete sense. Yeah. I love that episode. I love it. I think it's funny. I think it's got its emotional moments. I get that this is not going to be an S in most people's rankings, but I think it's a solid S episode. All right. Day of Black Sun Part 1, a solid A, high A. We'll give it above the Runaway. You know, fun to see some of the inventions that they came up with in order to make their way into the Fire Nation. All the planning that was part of it. See Sokka kind of freak out. You get Aang and Katara kiss here. Kiss on the submarine. Kind of cute and whatever. And yeah, some interesting fight elements. Just the whole plan of the invasion. Sokka flying on Appa, chopping away enemies. Good shit. Good shit. Part 2 though. Is part 2 I think part 2 is low S for me. Yeah, I'll give part 2 a low S. We'll do it. When they get to the place, it's abandoned. They find Azula there, and there's a moment where they like Toph like encases Azula, and then the rocks break, and they all freak out, and they're like, "Wait, what? Can Azula earthbend?" And I remember being like, "Wait, what? What's happening?" And then that just amazing chase where Azula seems to take every cue ever from Ty Lee and just jumps around, avoiding them the whole time, leading them away. Oh, actually, yeah, okay, sorry. And then Zuko faces Ozai. Chat, you got to remember, as I said before, I keep looking at these starting from the frame of the gang and not thinking about Zuko. Oh my god, yeah. I think that's a better moment than the beach. But yeah, Zuko giving his entire spiel. Fuck, it's so good. It's so good. But here's the thing. That scene is the best. The rest of the episode, while good, you know, if we're just talking about best scenes, that's like top of SS. But the rest of the episode, while good, is not elevated to that same level. So I think it averages to about this point, right? Because I thought it was low S with the Aang stuff, but it's high S with the Zuko stuff. So high SS with the Zuko stuff. So low SS makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. But yeah, given his whole thing and having that moment of being like, realizing he's been angry with himself right in the beach episode, for valid reasons. He's made mistakes, but being able to then bring it back and say like, I'm mad at myself because I've spent all these years trying to be this person that like that my father wanted me to be, when like I shouldn't have been fighting for that. It wasn't my job. Like, I was a child and you abused me because I had the best interest of other people at heart. This isn't my fault. It's his moment of like letting go, of saying like, this wasn't my fault. And that's beautiful. Yeah. And just that moment where Ozai like is like, I'll tell you about your mother, and then fucking he tries to take a cheap shot and Zuko starts redirecting it. Oh, it's so good. So good. And then he goes to help Iroh and Iroh's out. And isn't there a character that's played by one of the Williams sisters? Serena, I think? Maybe it was, I don't know. Who's like the guard, and Iroh's like, don't come to work tomorrow. She's like, what? Don't come to work tomorrow. It's just so good. It's just so good. And yeah, I think all the stuff with the gang is great too. There's a great moment with Aang at the very end where he's like crying because they have to like leave because they failed, and he's like, I won't fail you all again. I won't do it again. You know, and it's this complex that he's built of like always coming up short in the moments that he feels matter most. I don't know. I love it. I love it. Oh, and when Sokka gets completely distracted by Azula, he's like, where's Suki? But then everybody, instead of being like, oh, we love the Sokka Suki ship, they were like, what about Sokka Azula? Wow. Look at this dynamic. People are like, wow. Wow, look at the tension. Anyway. Chad doesn't like that ship. The SS, I don't know. Asaka? Or Sakula? Yeah. All right, the Western Air Temple. Hi, Zuko here. Hi, Zuko here. Great episode. They call it Sakla. Interesting. I like this episode a lot. Him just practicing a very human side of Zuko, at a funny moment that I don't know. I feel like it was Dante Bosco probably thought it'd be funny to do like imitations, and then they wrote it in. I don't know. When he's like, what would Uncle say? You have to look inside yourself to see yourself. And then only then will your true self be seen. I don't know. It's just funny. It's just funny to see this kind of goofy side of Zuko coming out when he's like, when the pressure of the world isn't on him as much. Toph is the voice of reason. Yeah, I like that a lot too. Like, because Katara, who often is the level-headed person, can't be with Zuko. She can't be. She's been betrayed by Zuko. She was vulnerable with him, and immediately, moments after sharing kind of her deepest insecurities, was betrayed by him. So she can't be. So it has to be Toph, and Toph feels perfect for it, as like, she likes Iroh a lot, right? And she's like, well, if he came all this way, this doesn't feel like one of his traps. And she also doesn't have the same history that they do, because when it comes to Fire Nation people chasing them, for Toph it wasn't Zuko, it was Azula. Like that's who was chasing her most of the time. But then Zuko barely was around because Zuko was running away from Azula himself. So she doesn't have all those negative things. But yeah, her going to see him, getting burnt by him, him also being able to bring that back around and have that moment of being like, true, yeah, she can sense that he's not lying. You know I have good in me. You saved, yeah. Appealing to that side of Aang, but him not being able to because of fear, but also because Katara is kind of one of his emotional anchors, right? And if Katara isn't okay with it, he's going to struggle to be okay with it. But then when it all comes around and he's like, Zuko's like, I forget sometimes how dangerous fire can be. I know how to make it, and even I, as someone who is pretty experienced in it, can still lose control. And Aang's like, yeah, I burnt Katara one. Like, I know that. And having a teacher who can recognize that is important to me. I like that a lot. Appa licking him comes back. Yeah. Some good returns. Appa does seem to like him. He probably covered himself with honey or something. Okay. Firebending Masters. Firebending Masters is a good one. I think it's kind of overrated. I think of Zuko's field trips, it's the worst. It's funny to see them paired together because they like, you know, because Aang is just so silly and Zuko's just so serious. The dragon scene is amazing, and when they do the dance, it's really good too. And it's a good moment of just Zuko having to reorient. It's very fun, yeah. Yeah, it's very fun. I think it's a very solid episode. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good episode, but not legendary or not great. Oh yeah, in Western Air Temples, Sokka just obliterates him. sorry, whoops. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I really do like the dragon stuff, and it's kind of cool to see, you know, old ancient civilizations of the Fire Nation. The dancing dragon. And yeah, it's fun to see the two of them start to kind of form a friendship, right? As unlikely as it is. Okay, then we have the Boiling Rock Part 1. I would probably put Boiling Rock Part 1. I like it more than Firebending Masters. I put it high A. It has the best line of the series. It has the best line of the series, bar none. My girlfriend turned to the moon. That's rough, buddy. Easily the best line of the entire fucking show. Do you ever get the sense that Zuko's trying to reclaim the throne? I did not. I never did. I never got that feeling. I think he's trying to make up for what he's done and be better. But yeah, I mean, a fun little heist sort of thing, trying to do a prison break, pretend to be guards, and then the end making the decision of like, should they stay or should they go? And then yeah, his dad shows up, and then yeah, then they have to decide to get out. I like Boiling Rock Part 2. I think that's an S to me. I think there's a few moments in this episode that I really, really love. Again, some of my favorite fights in the series, and I think what makes the show so cool is the set pieces that they have for certain fights. They really push a lot of bending to the limit by creating super interesting platforms and places for them to battle. And I think this is really, really well exhibited in this episode. Yeah. Of just fighting on this tram as it's going. Just cool shit. And then very, very true. The moment of, you miscalculated. I love Zuko more than I fear you. You miscalculated. You should have feared me more. It's so good. And then Ty Lee like hits her. It's like, we gotta go. It's like, where are you gonna fucking go? I never want to see them again. Lock them up. It's good. It's just so good. The ending of the episode is just so good. And I think what's great is there's a while where you're kind of like, oh, Zula's not going to change or develop. She's just going to always be this level of evil. But in this moment, it really does hit her downfall of like, she's been betrayed by her friends. Now the only thing she has is the approval of her dad, right? Of which seems hard to hold. Great episode. Great emotional moment at the end of it. Yeah, the look of shock on Azula's face, so good. Like 5 individual prison break plots. They love prison break. Very good stuff. All right, next up is Southern Raiders, which is an S tier if I've ever seen one. Again, it's that pattern of Avatar, right? Of some of your funniest moments following some of the most serious you have fucking Zuko walking in on Sokka about to mac with Suki, like, and swallows a rose, and then talks about his mom dying. Like, oh, it's so heart-wrenching, so sad, but so effective too. It's just this beautiful moment, beautiful episode that really brings Katara's story to a satisfying spot, to a super satisfying spot. Yeah, I don't know, I love it. I think the display of her power when she starts bloodbending, when she starts bloodbending and Zuko like is like, what the fuck? He's like, you just see his eyes, and then he like is like, fuck. It's like, damn, I should have never fucked with this girl. I should have never. Holy shit, I'm so lucky that I didn't get yeeted years ago. Oh my god. What I appreciate about this one is that Katara doesn't forgive him, even though, yeah. I think that's great. I think, you know, sometimes in shows there's this sense of moral rightness, that the morally right thing to do would be to forgive the person who killed her father or her mother, right? And like, I get that, and I get that want. I get why Aang would think that, being disconnected from it, you know. But, you know, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. She shouldn't forgive him. She can learn to live without it ruining her life anymore. You know what I mean? She can learn to, I don't want to say let it go exactly, but to not let that moment of her not being able to save her mother or help her mother haunt her, to move on, or to move forward, right? Without forgiving him. But then it does have the good turnaround of like, but I am willing to forgive you. I am willing to forgive Zuko. You know, you are a victim of circumstance in life, and you have done what you can to atone for it, and you still have more work to do, but I don't need to be blaming my mother's death on you, because it's not your fault. You were a child too, you know? Her breaking her boundary, yeah, for sure. The person who went on to outlaw bloodbending did it without thinking about it, you know? And yeah, people had said it before, but that scene of just, it's raining and she just stops it completely, turns them all into fucking frozen ice spears, and just so good. Just so good. Okay. Great episode. Ember Island Players is an S for sure. We'll put it right above Nightmares and Daydreams. Look, I know some people don't like this episode. But I think it's one of the most unique clip show formats that anything's ever done. Especially then when you compare it to the actual clip show episode of The Legend of Korra, it's like, god damn, I wish they would have done another one of these. It's a perfect moment to take a breath. Just like Nightmares and Daydream was a perfect moment to take a breath before the Day of Black Sun, you know, followed by a handful of other sort of serious episodes. This is the perfect breath to take before hitting the finale. Of like, yes, there are these serious ideas and moments in this episode, but you know, you get to just kind of reflect on what the show has done, where the show has gone. You get to see the show kind of make fun of itself a bit, you know, make fun of some of the tropes it falls into and some of the things that they relied on. Very self-reflective. And it's just that perfect breath before it, and it ends in like such a downer way, right, where like you realize like this isn't a play of what's necessarily going to happen. This is Fire Nation propaganda. So it ends with all of them honor, no Azula, like, and yeah, it's just so good. If Eric narrated the recap episode, it would have been great and entertaining. He did part of it, right? It was kind of funny. You know, you get some relationship stuff with Aang and Katara, of him being like, self-conscious of how he views her, because he's also like looking up to this thing being like, am I gonna die? You know, like, am I gonna die not being able to tell this person that I love her, you know? And I don't know, I think that's quite valuable, quite good. Yeah, fun episode that ends in a very thoughtful way. It manages to kind of do it all. I also just love like this idea of their adventure and how it's been told through the grapevine, and that like the opinion of how people in the Fire Nation view Toph is that Toph is like a super muscular dude. And Toph's like, I wouldn't have cast it any other way. Game of Thrones. So, well, in fairness, the books had done it long before Avatar. But yeah, it's just a great episode. When Play Zuko is like, "You're stupid. You smell, and I hate you." And they're like, "Did you actually say that?" Might as well have. It's great. All right, and now we move into the finale. I am struggling to remember what happens in what episode. So before I do this, I just got to remember. No, the scar's not on the wrong side. Costume's great. Choose villainy. What a good episode. Okay, so part one, that's the Melon Lord part, great part. They make the sandcastle, fun shit. Aang swims off at the end of that. Rank them as one? I don't view them as one. I view certain parts better than others. So I'm not gonna rank them as one, because I'll be honest, I think the first two parts aren't as deserving of SS tier. And that's not their fault. Their setup, that's their point. But I think 3 and 4 are better. Yeah, great stuff. I think that's high S. We'll give that high S. And then this is, they don't know where to go, so they track down the old masters. They find June, try to get the scent, but find Iroh and the old men as much. And you get the great Zuko Iroh hug. The great Zuko Iroh hug, right? That's this one. I mean, obviously it shows them talking here, so it must be this one. Yeah, great stuff. I mean, great moment in that episode. You get to see the grandpas being cool in that moment. Yeah. And Aang, this is all while Aang is having that conversation with his past selves about like what he should do, and none of them have the same answer. And then Lion Turtle gives power. Anyway, okay, let me just try to remember what happens in Sozin's Comet Part 3, because I do think it has a few of my favorite moments. I mean, does the Agni Kai end in Part 3? No, it doesn't end, but it starts. Okay. Zuko continues his duel. Katara watches. Zuko jumps in front. Okay. Aang's overwhelmed. Okay, yeah, so it's all like things are bad. Zuko's hurt. I think this is the best episode of the final 3. It also, I believe this has one of my favorite moments. I mean, when the fire, but that might be, I think it's, is it this one or the second? I think it's this one, where all the fires go in, and Toph is like, that's a lot of fire, isn't it? It's so good. Can't can't catch up to the flagship, so they do the airbending slice. Is this when the I don't think Boomerang's coming back Toph happens? Falls short of crashing into them. Sokka and Toph are separated from Suki as their ship begins to break apart, and they're forced to continue without her. Is that this episode? I don't think Boomerang is coming back, Toph. We're not going to play it because it's going to get... I don't think Boomerang is coming back, Toph. Looks like this is the end. Oh, and she knows she's going to die. He ends it with the joke. She knows she's going to die. And she accepts... Oh, it's so good. It's just so sad. The two kind of silliest and most like cocky characters just know they're gonna die. They just know it's gonna happen. Ugh. If you don't ship, you know, I can tell there's some Sokka Toph shippers in this chat. Sorry. I'm actually crying with it. It's so good. I think that's my favorite part of the entire show. It hits me hard. It's so good. Is that part 3 though? Is that part 3 or is that... part 4? Is it on Netflix? Is Avatar on Netflix? I don't have Netflix. I'm not logged into it. All right. I think it's part 3, but I might be wrong. If it's part 3, then I'd rank part 3 higher. I mean, part 3 is probably just better in general. You just got the Blu-ray all the time. Always ready to go. Oh, no, it's part 4. It is part 4. Okay. That does change some things. Okay. Sozin's Comment part 3, I think I'll put here. The Agni Kai is just beautiful and kind of getting beat down in that fight. Quite amazing. The separation that happens between the two. I think I have to put 4 slightly higher, though. That moment of, you know, then Katara having to take over the fight. Azula has a great line of, like, Katara goes to help Zuko, and Azula's like, now, I'd rather have our family physician look over little Zuzu. Like, she's just fucking lost it. And yeah, Katara bests her by outsmarting her. Not just overpowering her, but just outsmarting her, which I think Azula, that's more offensive to Azula than being overpowered, is being outsmarted. And her just, the always has something to say character, right? Always has a lash to hit back. You can't just compare the one Agni Kai to an entire episode, though. But yeah, I think the character who always has something to say back has nothing to say. And just all she has left is screaming. The Agni Kai is the whole of part 3. You should go back and watch it because you're wrong. The Agni Kai is not 22 minutes. And if the Agni Kai were 22 minutes, that'd be a terrible fucking episode. Last Agni Kai is great. But yeah, it has kind of the ending of it and then the fight between Katara and Azula's demise. You have the, I don't think Boomerang's coming back, Toph. You have what I think, I think one thing I don't have a huge issue with the energy bending thing. I think they mentioned lion turtles. I think we have some hints that it's possible. And I also think, he doesn't know it's going to work, and he still has to overpower Ozai and find his own way moving through. I don't love that it's like the Avatar state's triggered by him hitting his back. I think maybe a more powerful thing, instead of it being like him taking a hit, would be him learning like to walk his own path, right? Energy bending's never mentioned, but other kinds of bending that don't have to do with bending are. And you're wrong, actually, because it's mentioned in the swamp. I mean, I don't think they call it energy bending. I don't think they call it energy bending in here either. But it's 100% referred to in the swamp. Definitely mentioned earlier. I'd have to watch this. I know Big Joel just did one too, defending it. Don't get me wrong, I think it would have been nice to have more talks from Lion Turtle stuff. A little more setup to it. But like, Aang is the bridge between worlds. He has powers beyond just the four elements. There's a moment we see all things are connected, and he is the one to connect them. So I think him having the ability to take away someone's power is interesting. I think that's perfectly fine. I like that. Again, I don't love that how it comes about. I think it could have been cooler had what was I saying? Had he entered the Avatar state, re-entered it like in his own way, not just following the teachings of Guru Patik or what other avatars had done before, but in his own way. And I don't know exactly what that would be. But like, yeah, I don't know. Like him, maybe the moment could have been like him deciding, I don't know, it's fine. Like, it's fine. It's not bad. It just feels a little less about growth and more about luck. Luck of a bad thing happening. But I don't know. I mean, maybe it could be about him learning that, like, letting go of earthly bonds, like of Katara, which he refused kind of to do until late in Crossroads of Destiny. It doesn't necessarily have to be about not caring about them, but about being okay with knowing that there's risk in, like, you have to be okay with letting go of them to save them, right? I don't know. It could be a lot of things. An easy conflict, easy answer to Aang's conflict, which I don't like. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know. I mean, what you would prefer? I don't know. I mean, that's the question. Maybe there's still consequences to it, and I think there's an interesting question of what does that bring up, right? That I think is kind of explored in Korra and probably explored some of the comics. Like, if you have the power to take away someone's bending, what will people view of you? I don't think it's as easy an answer of that you might be making it out to be, because now he has this power where he can decide who gets to keep their abilities, you know? And is it his choice? Is it something that he is allowed to do or should do? You know? I mean, I think it even exists in that. I don't know. But also, tell me this. What do you think the Fire Lord would prefer? Genuinely. Do you think that the Fire Lord would prefer to be alive in jail for the rest of his life without his bending, or dead? Like, Aang's answer is not necessarily the kind answer. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to convince you to like it. I mean, I disagree. I mean, sure, he can still manipulate things, but I bet if you add, like, I'm almost sure that the way it'd be written is, you know, that he'd rather be dead. Careless, he manages all the previous fights. I don't know. I mean, there's plenty of times where it seems like he kills someone, but they add like a parachute so he doesn't, you know? I mean, he probably has. Anyway, I think also like the final moment of the final shot of it, you know, even if you don't like the Aang-Katara relationship, if you're a Zutara shipper, just a super sweet moment at the end with the beautiful shot of the sunset and the beautiful music on the kalimba. It's just a perfect shot to end the series on. You know, so it has the weight, right? Like the finale kind of is a cheat, right? Because it has the weight of the entire series before it, you know, which definitely benefits it. Well, that's my list, chat. Save image. Cool. Great finale. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they were trying to tease something, maybe get a movie or some shit. I mean, here's the thing. Like, I mean, it's like Aang finds his own way to do the spare him option. Right? It's not even about finding a third way. Because here's the thing. Sure. Here's the thing. And granted, it's still a threat. It's not a permanent solution. But let me show you something. Let me show you something. Where the fuck is it? chat, remember this shit? Remember this shit? You know what I mean? Like, there are other, there is this option. There is the take him deep into the pits, capture him, break him down. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just about sparing him or killing him. Yes, Aang finds a more convenient way, I suppose, right, than having to make a prison specifically designed for him. Korra is canon, but that also has nothing to do with this. It doesn't matter. I'm sorry, you don't get to determine what's canon, unfortunately. Only the creators of shows do. But again, that doesn't actually matter to this point. This is what you can do. You can create a prison that makes it almost impossible for the person to do what they can. They could do what they plan to do to Iroh, of breaking his hand so he can't firebend. You know what I mean? Like, are those more humane things? Okay, and what if he comes back? But sure, you could say the same thing about how he is now, right? I mean, as someone put it, like, if he's alive, he can still influence things. It's not just about him being the strongest firebender ever, right? Because I don't even know that he is the strongest firebender. He's just a strong firebender. But, like, his power comes in his lineage. His power comes in the line of people before him who had been Fire Lords. You know, in a one-on-one fight, you think that Zhang couldn't hold his own against the Fire Lord? You know what I mean? Like, I think 100% he could. Maybe not beat him, but I think he could. So my point is, like, it's not like the spare him option of not taking away his bending was like learn for him to see the light and become a good guy. You know what I mean? It was never going to be the Steven Universe, okay? You know what I mean? It was never going to be the Steven Universe approach. This felt like a cop-out to me because they set up killing him in the first episode of the 4. Yeah, but, like, Aang decides to spare him, and he has an easier way to do it. Sure, he does, decide, like, an easier way to do it than making a prison specifically designed for the Fire Lord or breaking the Fire Lord's hands. But it ultimately is the same as choosing to spare him. The Fire Lord can't bend, but he still was the Fire Lord. And I think the comics have some shit in it that back it up. Imperfect moment, Aang to do something out of necessity. So what does that mean? You wanted him to kill him? What do you mean? You wanted him to kill the Fire Lord? That's how you wanted to end the show to end? Or break his arms? I just think that's like... But his whole thing is finding a way to do it without solely violence. Find a way to overpower him without breaking his arm. I just think if Aang had broken his arms, you wouldn't be happy with that. I mean, maybe you'd be like, holy shit, what did Avatar just do? I don't know. I think some people view it as a cop-out because it was easy, but like, I think when you really break it down and you look at, like, okay, what do they do if they keep him alive? Obviously, as I've made the joke on before, it's not going to be the Steven Universe thing, right? It's not going to be the, oh, hey, I'm going to teach you how to be a good guy. Like, they put him in jail. And sure, he's still a threat because he has his bending. But I think he's still a threat because there are people who might be loyal to him. You know, there's more power to him than just his bending. If it was just his bending, like, they wouldn't have a long lineage of Fire Lords, right? You know what I mean? It would be a meritocracy where whoever the strongest bender is becomes Fire Lord, and that's not how it works. They have long lineages. His power was in his rule. And Azula talks about that a lot too. So it's like you have these options. Aang has to decide, like, how do I want to approach this? Do I want to kill this guy so he can never do anything, or do I leave him alive? And what does leaving him alive look like? And he decides to leave him alive and finds a way to minimize the harm and risk. But Ozai still is harm. And in the comics, whatever, we can look at it as a single thing, but like there are consequences for that choice of leaving him alive. I know they're not explored in the show, but it's the end of the show, so how could it? I think it kind of needed to end like this because it was a kid's show. Firepower is something that's passed down. Fire Lord blind. Yeah, then why is Zuko a baby bitch boy? Azula might be more powerful than Ozai, but Zuko is not more powerful than Ozai. She's a fire-bending prodigy, and he's a little bitch boy. Do you have to have firebending to be Fire Lord? They never say you don't, but I imagine that with the bloody history of becoming Fire Lord, it'd be hard to do it without. Is Zuko a baby bitch boy or a late bloomer? Maybe both. But I'm just saying, like, I don't know. Zhang seems pretty fucking powerful. Dude, Mako. And again, whatever. We're talking about Avatar. This is Korra. You don't need to include it. But I'm just saying, like, throughout the series and what we see later in the universe, which is canon, Mako is one of the best firebenders, and he's like a street kid. You know what I mean? He doesn't have some big lineage. Combustion Man, one of the best. Yeah, Combustion Man, one of the best firebenders. What? Who's his dad? I don't know. It would have been more interesting if Aang was forced to make a decision that goes against his innermost principles. Why, though? Why? I don't know. I'm not saying that wouldn't be interesting, but is that a satisfying finale? No, I mean, they're creating conflict that he either has to keep the risk of the Fire Lord being alive moving forward or kill him. And it's also measuring, like, does he deserve to be dead? Does the Fire Lord deserve to live? It's not just if he should kill him. Like, does the Fire Lord deserve to live? Has he caused enough pain where he should just be killed for the better of all people? Because I like this type of development. Yeah, I just don't know that it would make for a better end to Avatar. You know, if Avatar had another season, maybe. But then it ends kind of on a downer of Aang, like, murdering someone and having to reevaluate his identity, and then the show ends. So you need Aang to choose the good option. Should have given Aang a Glock. Just shot him at the end of the fight. I feel like we're seeing a divide. People will watch this as a kid and people who watch it 20 plus years ago. 20 plus years old. I mean, I think that that's probably true, right? There's probably value to this. Like, I think if I view it through the lens of a show like, and I'm not even trying to talk about the ending of Game of Thrones, but like, let's just say I watched Avatar after watching the first 3 seasons of Game of Thrones. I would be like, yeah, let's get dark with it. You know? That's just the feeling of it. When you get older and you view more dark series and more anti-heroes and shit like that, you want these really deep, pained conflicts because they are interesting. They're fun. Have a good one. We can talk about musicals. Maybe I'll do a musical tier list at some point. I don't know. Honestly, talking through this, I've never liked the finale more. I'm actually pretty resolute in my feeling. I think maybe how we reached the Avatar state, I would have preferred if it wasn't kind of a random thing. I don't like my media to end in a better way. Yeah. If this was part 3 of a 4-season series and then they had a 4th thing where Aang came to terms, maybe killing the Fire Lord would work. Right? Because he has to like evaluate himself, but having it end in that way, having it end with this bummer of Aang like having to go against his morals and his moral code to kill someone, I don't think matches the themes of the show or is a good answer to that conflict of how we should approach. The turtle. Yeah, I mean, because that's the thing. It's like there are other answers, right? There are other answers that are about as effective. Of you break his arms, put him in an ice, do something, and he's still a threat. I think he's always a threat technically, but it's like, is that more narratively satisfying? Having a final shot of Fire Lord Ozai in in an ice prison, locked away, Zuko walking away. Maybe, I don't know. The second season would be needed, but Aang and the gang, yeah. I think it would played into the let go from the spiritual side, let go of earthly bonds like Katara, but also of your morals. Yeah, but then but here's the thing, he doesn't really take any of the advice. I think what's interesting is he's given all this advice from his previous Avatar incarnates, but he doesn't follow what any of them say. All of them say kill Ozai. All of them say nip it in the bud, and he does it his own way, and in some ways it can lead to consequence, So I don't know what you're sowing. Doesn't follow with other people tell him to do. Yeah. Dark AU Avatar where Ozai eats Zuko. Fuck. Shit. I don't know. I mean, it is what it is. I think convenience isn't necessarily a bad thing. Because I think they could have illustrated that Ozai has lost all status and power in other ways. There's not enough foreshadowing about this power or anything.